mau yang mana?
Iya, ini yang room 1.
Iya, room 1.
Nah, yang di sana room 2.
Tidak. Tim 1, grup 1 itu di sini di main room.
Iya.
YouTube, sambungannya ke YouTube. Tim yang kedua di LANS, sambungannya ke IG fakultas. Tim grup yang ketiga di webcom, sambungan ke IG prodi S1 ya.
Instagram juga bisa.
Instagram juga itu. Ini yang main room itu yang tapi grup prasatu di sini kita. Iya.
Yang di sebelah itu room 1,
Iya.
room 2.
Tapi kalau pembukaan live semua aja nanti kan dia susah-susah saja di kamu tahu. Iya. Kalau ini dan apa punya ini anu
Oh iya, siapa ya? Hilang berarti. Iya sudah. Kirimkan juga saya. Guna sudah bertanya. Ya.
Let's start from the Let's start in the
Yang mana tuh nomormu, Ci? Nomor posnya. Iya, Bu. Yang mana nomor boleh Kak kirimkan? Oh iya.
Di berikut room 2. Yang room berikut room 1. Ini kan paling
saya tidak berani WA Pak, kan sebelum ada chairperson tak datang. Bisa WA.
Ada bingung naiknya.
ini di berikut rumah. Di room 1.
Kirim ya di grup dosen di grup mana kita.
Oh iya, apa ini?
Iya.
Oke. Iya.
Siapa yang oh balik video nanti.
Balik.
Ada
juga
one side they watch or one side they don't. So very small.
Iya, jelas sekarang tapi kita ada suara. Nasrul ya, ada suara. Tes. Assalamualaikum. Oh, ada musik. Iya, ada berapa? Iya kan? Oh, jangan dipilih saja.
tidak tahu saya baru menjelaskan pas saya lihat ini. Berarti dosen saya punya isi tapi
Dia kan itu kayaknya
ada yang naik juga asal ada.
saya mau kasih channel YouTube.
Mana cara bersama Pak dekat sudah di fakultas.
Saya juga buka tadi ada suara.
Kalau ini nanti ada
Terus ini kalau ada mana? Nanti kalau berlangsung di sini nggak ada suara itu yang kami apa karena pasti harus dari fakultas. Nanti yang ditonton oleh anda punya masuk ke situ dan
Apa kan tidak ada bicara.
nggak ada suara.
Iya, yang jelas tidak boleh ada orang bersuara di bawah ini karena kalau enggak masih semua yang bersuara di sini terekam di kamera jadi tidak pada saat berlangsung tidak boleh ada suara lain selain kegiatan.
Ini komputer
Uun, uun tadi kemarin, kok uun rusak kan laptopnya deh, ya, di situ uun. Kembali ke langsung ke sini, dari Akbar mah. Biasa tuh kita sama memikir pembukaan ini. Siapa kalau PIC? Siapa yang kita ini cek sih? Kamu dulu. Ngajar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University, the Honorable, all the educators that invited from various universities in Indonesia, the Honorable, all the delegates and participants from universities from Indonesia that participated in this competition. Welcome to the opening ceremony of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University. The Honorable, welcome to the opening ceremony of English debate competition. This event is organized by the committee of the Natalies of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University. Let me introduce myself. I'm Vicky, as the Master of Ceremony. It's an honor for me as the Master of Ceremony to handle this opening ceremony. On behalf of this organizing committee, we are pleased to welcome all of you in this competition. Without wasting any of time, let us start the program. For the information, there are 18 teams compete in this competition from various universities in Indonesia. The main agenda in this opening ceremony are: first, opening by Master of Ceremony; second, sing along national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and Maulid Khas; third, welcoming speech and opening the English debate competition officially by the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University; the fourth, reciting a praying; and the fifth is closing. Firstly, let us begin this English debate competition by saying Basmalah. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start into this agenda. The first agenda is sing along the national anthem of Indonesia. For all the audience, please stand up. Let us begin this English debate competition by saying Basmalah. Let us start into this agenda. Sing along the national anthem of Indonesia. For all the audience, please stand up. For all the audience, thank you, and please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is sing along the Hasanuddin University anthem, or as we know as Maulid Khas. For all the audience, thank you, and please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is sing along or as we know as Maulid Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming speech and opening English debate competition. Officially, this will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University, to Mr. Dr. Hasanuddin Syah, SKM, MKes, MMed, ED. Time's yours.
Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, izinkan saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena peserta yang semua orang Indonesia. Ya, saya bukan ahli dalam bahasa dan tidak terlalu fasih dalam debat bahasa Inggris. Saya cuma fasih dalam bahasa Arab. Baik, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang kami hormati Ketua Panitia Debat, Ibu Pakis. Kemudian di sini ada senior kita, ada Ibu Ketua Prodi. Saya lupa namanya. Ibu Surya, ada Kabat Kemahasiswaan, Pak Amir, adik-adik panitia, kemudian siapa lagi yang ada? Yang kami hormati pula para dewan juri, yang kami hormati para peserta, yang kami banggakan seluruh hadirin dan hadirat yang sempat hadir pada kesempatan ini. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Tentu kita bersyukur kepada Allah SWT karena pada hari ini kita diberi kesempatan untuk secara bersama-sama mengikuti salah satu kegiatan yang amat penting terutama bagi adik-adik yang sementara berkembang, yaitu ajang kompetisi debat bahasa Inggris yang dilaksanakan dalam rangka kegiatan Natalies yang ke-39. Salawat dan taslim kita kirimkan kepada Nabiullah Muhammad SAW, Nabi yang menjadi uswatun hasanah bagi kita semua. Bapak Ibu sekalian, pertama-tama selamat datang kepada para peserta yang insya Allah akan melaksanakan salah satu kegiatan kompetisi yang akan sangat bermanfaat untuk hari ini dan untuk hari esok. Substansi dari sebuah kompetisi adalah bagaimana membangun apa yang disebut dengan kebersamaan. Itu yang penting dulu. Jadi kompetisi itu memang ada yang menang, ada yang kalah, ada yang lebih baik, ada yang tidak baik atau kurang baik. Tapi intinya adalah kebersamaan. Itu yang pertama. Poin yang saya ingin tekankan bahwa mudah-mudahan kompetisi ini menjadi bagian dari kebersamaan kita kepada seluruh peserta yang hadir atau yang ikut pada kegiatan ini. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, ini adalah ajang silaturahim yang meskipun sebenarnya kami siap untuk secara luring ya, panitia menyiapkan luring, tapi apa boleh buat secara aturan oleh Satgas COVID itu belum memungkinkan kita untuk melaksanakan secara luring. Yang ketiga adalah ini kita berharap bahwa ajang kompetisi ini sebagai mengasah apa yang disebut dengan jiwa bertarung. Bertarung itu bukan berarti harus kalah mengalahkan, tidak pada posisi itu, tapi bagaimana membangkitkan gairah untuk selalu lebih baik. Itu salah satu fungsi daripada kompetisi ini. Yang lebih penting adalah bagaimana menjaga sportivitas. Ya, sportivitas itu inti daripada kompetisi, karena pasti ada yang lebih baik dan pasti ada yang dianggap lebih rendah daripada yang terbaik. Nah, oleh karena itu harus dijaga baik. Nah, sebagai peserta saya kira yang perlu Anda siapkan, karena ini dalam kompetisi seperti ini pasti subjektivitas muncul. Pasti subjektivitas muncul. Oleh karena itu, bagaimana sebagai debator, sebagai orang yang berdebat, itu memberi argumentasi yang sangat kuat, sehingga nanti bisa dinilai apakah perdebatan itu memiliki nilai atau tidak, atau lebih kuat atau tidak. Karena kekuatan argumentasi ini yang akan memberi nilai atau poin yang tertinggi bagi seorang debator atau tim debator. Yang kedua, bagaimana menguatkan argumentasi itu melalui data dan fakta. Jadi kita tidak sedang mengarang atau tidak sedang menghayal. Nah, kemudian yang ketiga adalah tentu akan disesuaikan dengan tema daripada yang diberikan oleh panitia. Tema. Yang keempat adalah saya kira yang lebih penting adalah sikap pada saat berdebat. Tidak boleh ada emosi, tidak boleh ada yang memperlihatkan suatu ketidaksukaan dan sebagainya, karena itu adalah penilaian dari wasit. Saya mohon kepada wasit, mohon objektif dalam menilai, kepada panitia tegakkan aturan, ada SOP, sehingga kita tidak pada posisi memberi sesuatu kebaikan kepada orang yang tidak layak, sebaliknya tidak memberikan sesuatu vonis kepada orang yang mestinya layak. Itu penting itu, karena jangan lupa bahwa kegiatan seperti ini semua akan dipertanggungjawabkan di hari kemudian. Kita memberi sedikit saja, bergeser sebelah kanan sedikit, ada kecurangan sedikit, itu akan menjadi perbincangan baik pada yang peserta maupun pada juri. Karena ini jurinya kalau tidak salah menurut panitia ada 9 ya. Ada 9, sehingga tentu bisa saling kalau penelitian apa sih namanya itu kualitatif triangulasi. Jadi nanti dilihat oleh peserta sendiri, dilihat oleh juri, dan dilihat oleh panitia. Ya, itu ada triangulasi. Jadi nanti saling cek. Kalau ada di antaranya sedikit yang mencong-mencong, tentu akan bisa diperbaiki. Tapi yang pasti bahwa sepanjang panitia dan dewan juri menggunakan SOP yang ada, maka keputusan wasit atau keputusan juri itu mutlak sifatnya. Ya, itu yang penting itu. Tapi ada catatan bahwa betul-betul para juri dan para panitia itu bisa objektif dalam hal atau menyesuaikan dengan SOP yang sudah dibuat bersama. Karena tidak ada gunanya bertanding kalau kita hanya untuk melukai seseorang atau membuat orang lain itu menjadi dongkol dan sebagainya. Karena kita berharap ini adalah ajang silaturahim antara seluruh peserta, seluruh juri, dan seluruh panitia. Oleh karena itu, saya berharap dengan sangat bahwa teman-teman peserta dan juri serta panitia bisa kompak, bisa memberi kebersamaan dan merasa enjoy. Baik yang nanti akan mendapat nilai tertinggi maupun yang terendah, itu masing-masing merasa enjoy dalam hal mengikuti debat ini. Karena ini debat hanya adalah media untuk silaturahim. Ya. Yang terakhir, kepada panitia yang telah berusaha melaksanakan kegiatan ini, terima kasih atas upayanya yang saya kira luar biasa. Kita menghargai apa yang telah dilaksanakan. Begitu juga teman-teman peserta yang dengan sungguh-sungguh mengikuti kegiatan ini. Saya kira apa yang akan Anda lakukan pada hari ini itu hasilnya bukan hari ini, tetapi insya Allah akan Anda dapatkan pada hari setelah Anda menjadi sarjana, atau setelah Anda ke depan bisa melihat, oh ternyata saya pernah mengikuti kompetisi dan hasilnya seperti ini. Itu bisa menjadi bahan evaluasi bagi setiap debator, sekaligus bisa menjadi motivasi bagi yang juara nanti, bahwa saya harus lebih daripada hari ini. Saya kira itu yang saya ingin sampaikan. Mohon maaf jika ada kekurangan, terutama karena saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Itu penting ya. Jadi saya lihat pesertanya tidak ada dari Inggris, semua ada dari Gorontalo, dari apa. Oke lah, nanti pada saat debat Anda menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Ini juga memang Pak Jokowi sudah membuat aturan dalam acara-acara nasional yang sifatnya kompres atau apapun itu harus pakai translator. Saya kira nggak usah pakai translator karena semua mengerti bahasa Indonesia kan. Ya, persoalan kalau saya pakai bahasa Bugis pasti hanya saya dengan Gus Dur yang mengerti. Saya suka ada satu kata prodiku, saya sangat suka karena selalu menggunakan bahasa daerah sebagai bahasa pengingat bahwa kita ini adalah suku Bugis Makassar. Saya kira terima kasih sekali lagi kepada semua pihak yang berkompeten untuk jaga kebersamaan, jaga sportivitas. Mari kita bertanding dan dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kegiatan kompetisi debat bahasa Inggris jam berapa? 8:30 saya nyatakan dibuka. Demikian. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya izin, saya mau mengajar.
Ya.
Ya, terima kasih.
Ya.
Ya.
Terima kasih.
Ya.
Iya.
Madam kasih.
Iya.
Terima kasih. Iya. Banyak.
Oke, terima kasih.
Iya.
Ya.
To Mr. Dr. Hasanuddin Syam, SKM, MKes, and MedED, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is reciting a prayer. This agenda will be led by Fauzan. 2,000 times yours. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our debate competition in order to celebrate 39 DS Natalies FKM Unhas can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and thus who are not Muslims, you are placed to pray according to each of your beliefs. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidahu, ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultani. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizki wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma ighfir lana wa liwalidayna wa lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'wati ya qadiyal hajat. Ya Allah, today, Tuesday, October 26, 2021, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about debate competition in order to celebrate 39 DS Natalies FKM Unhas. Ya Allah, make this debate competition as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholars, research, and students of various disciplines. May the competition we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Ya Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. Ya Allah, protect us from unintended temptation. Show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and the strength to avoid them. Ya Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our prayer. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. 2000. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have reached on the last agenda of this opening ceremony today. Please bear in mind, we hope all the contestants can compete in a healthy manner and do all the best for each team. Let us close this opening ceremony by saying Hamdallah. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so after this agenda, I would like to offer an information. So, to to all the participants and delegates. We would like to invite to join the breakout room 3 before the debate competition begin. So this debate competition will begin shortly. So I would like to invite all the teams to join the breakout room 3. So after this agenda, I would like to offer to Yudi to handle this event. Thank you.
You offer me, Pak Bar. Yeah, offer me to break on speaking.
Sampaikan dulu juri deh, udah tetap juri main room. Pikir. Main room juri, semua juri di main room.
So for the information, we would like to inform to all the educators to stay in the main room. So for the information, we would like to inform for all the educators to stay in the main room. Thank you.
Ya, siapa namanya? Yudi. Ada di situ lagu-lagu Makassar. Putar dulu deh, supaya orang tidak ini. Sampai orang nunggu si ibu. Yudi. Bisa terdengar. Ya,
Boleh mungkin, buka mungkin.
kita jadikan dulu.
Atas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Baik, sebelum kita memulai masuk ke breakout masing-masing, ada penyampaian dari terkait hal teknis akan disampaikan oleh Bu Arifah. Oke, silakan Bu Arifah.
Tidak bisa Kak Dek, Akbar. Saya tidak bisa. Tidak bisa Kak unmute. Unmute Kak dulu.
Pakai apa? Pakai ini. Ya, itu.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Pertama, kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas kesediaan Bapak Ibu untuk bergabung bersama kami untuk menjadi webinar ini. Prior to our debate today, kami ada beberapa announcement yang barangkali perlu kita sepakati bersama. Jadi kami maksudkan sebagai short briefing untuk kita. Yang pertama kami ingin menggambarkan dulu perjalanan debatnya. Jadi akan ada chairperson dan timekeeper di masing-masing room Bapak Ibu, dan kepada Bapak Ibu sebagaimana sudah disampaikan oleh Bu Natalies, akan ada koordinator juri yang sudah kami pilih di luar dari Unhas. Kemudian nanti di dalam debat Bapak Ibu yang dalam satu tim, dalam satu room dimohon untuk berdiskusi mengenai pemenang, bukan hanya mempertimbangkan nilai saja, karena kadang-kadang setelah totalan kan misalnya ada pertimbangan-pertimbangan tertentu yang barangkali harus disepakati oleh baik. Jadi yang pertama nanti selain ada chairperson dan timekeeper, nanti chairperson yang akan mengantarkan debat, tetapi tentu saja segala hal yang terkait di dalamnya keputusan-keputusan yang terkait dengan penilaian ada poin. Jadi masing-masing pembicara akan mendapatkan waktu sampai maksimal 7 menit untuk menyampaikan argumen mereka, dan untuk di dalam sudah kecil sekali.
Kasih lengket ke dianunya di mic Kak.
Ya, jadi nanti akan ada, mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah membaca ketentuan teknisnya. Jadi nanti untuk setiap pembicara akan dinilai 4 hal. Yang pertama, 3 hal besar sebenarnya. Yang pertama adalah matter, manner, and method. Untuk matternya itu ada tentang tupoksinya, bagaimana dia menjalankan tupoksinya dengan baik, di mana kita ketahui bahwa pembicara pertama, sebagaimana kita lihat pada pedoman teknis ketentuan teknis longgar, harus menyampaikan struktur tim, pembagian tugas tim, dan menyebutkan nama timnya, nama pesertanya, debaternya, siapa yang bertugas sebagai pembicara 1, 2, dan 3, dan apa tugasnya. Dia juga harus menyampaikan pernyataan terhadap mosi, karena misalnya mosinya pelarangan merokok, mereka bisa membuat pernyataan dilarang merokok untuk dan bla 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 gitu. Kemudian nanti nilai itu direkap, semua nilai itu direkap, lalu kemudian dibagi 4 Bapak Ibu, sehingga nilai akhir untuk setiap debater itu adalah, untuk setiap pembicara adalah berkisar sampai 100 kan, yang paling tinggi. Jadi 4 kolom itu di total per debater, lalu kemudian dibagi 4. Nah, nilai timnya adalah nilai seluruh pembicara dibagi 3. Lalu kemudian setelah itu Bapak Ibu silakan melihat apakah ada pembicara yang berbicara kurang dari 5 menit. Nanti timekeeper akan menyampaikan, para timekeeper akan menyampaikan kalau ada pembicara yang kurang dari 5 menit berbicaranya, dan kalau kurang dari 5 menit maka poinnya akan berkurang 5. Kalau lebih dari 7 menit pun akan berkurang 5. Itu faktor pengurangnya. Kemudian form penilaian apakah sudah dibagikan Bu Banti? Oke, baik. Saya kira demikian Bapak Ibu. Jika ada pertanyaan kami persilahkan sebelum kita masing-masing masuk ke room kita, room penjurian. Silakan. Oh iya, saya lupa memperkenalkan diri Bu. Saya Arifah. Sehari-hari saya beraktivitas di Departemen Manajemen Rumah Sakit FKM Unhas. kebetulan waktu kuliah S1 dulu seangkatan dengan Bu Balkis. Ya baik, silahkan Bapak Ibu jika ada pertanyaan. Kalau tidak ada berarti kita sudah deal ya, sama-sama paham ya metode penilaian kita hari ini. Sekali lagi, ya.
Seperti yang disampaikan di grup kan kita akan menentukan koordinator dari tim juri nih. Jadi mungkin bisa disepakati di sini kalau saya sekarang Pak Yusran.
Koordinator tim juri untuk seluruh juri ya. Iya Pak Yusran ya. Iya Pak Yusran Bu, Pak Muhammad Yusran. Nama kerennya Pak Ucap Bu.
Masih keren kan?
Masih keren. As always. Ya, nah, jadi koordinator penjurian untuk seluruhnya adalah Pak Muhammad Yusran. Tetapi di ibu bapak ibu masing-masing ada koordinator yang kemudian akan memimpin proses diskusi dan seterusnya untuk mereka menilai dan seterusnya. Lalu kemudian bapak ibu yang kemudian memutuskan berdasarkan rapat nanti pada saat selesai satu pertandingan debat. Bapak Ibu diberikan waktu 15 menit secara kolektif untuk menyampaikan komentar kepada peserta. Tetapi itu dilakukan setelah Bapak Ibu rapat. Jadi nanti setelah selesai pertandingan, maka chairperson akan meminta para peserta debat untuk leave breakout room dan kembali ke main room. Dan pada saat itu Bapak Ibu juri silakan berdiskusi untuk menentukan pemenang. Lalu setelahnya mereka akan di-invite kembali untuk masuk bergabung ke breakout room-nya. Dan Bapak Ibu dipersilakan selama 15 menit secara kolektif untuk menyampaikan komentarnya kepada tim yang bertanding. Lalu setelah itu koordinator juri mengumumkan pemenang dan skor mereka. Jadi langsung seperti itu. Bapak Ibu, terima kasih. Mohon izin, apakah ada pertanyaan lagi?
Maaf, saya bergabung Bu.
Iya, nanti dengan koordinatornya ya Bu ya.
Ya baik, terima kasih.
Iya. Ambil nafas dulu deh Bu.
Iya, banyak dari kamu.
Iya Bu. Baik Bapak Ibu, apakah ada pertanyaan lagi? Jika tidak ada, silakan bergabung pada breakout room masing-masing. Jadi untuk
Sekarang masih di room 3 semua ya?
saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak dan selamat menikmati kejadian tadi kepada hadiah semangatnya ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bisa saya infokan ke
Iya. Mau diinfokan kemana?
ke ini.
Silakan. Oke, silakan deh.
Sudah Bu. Dan
Iya, terima kasih Bu Arifah. Baik, ada penyampaian sedikit dari Dek Yudi, silakan. Kenapa?
Di rumah saya mau sampaikan.
Oke, kalau begitu kita ke breakout room kita masing-masing ya Bapak Ibu. Oke, silakan Dek Akbar di-invite masing-masing juri ke rumahnya masing-masing. Koordinator juri siapa tadi? Cantik.
Langsung tidak ada kesulitan.
Tidak.
Nggak familiar nggak dengan nama kerennya. Orang nggak keren kerennya. Keren kita. Iya lebih keren.
Nama nih Alden?
Sama yang di
Masa kok jadi keren?
Fine Kakak.
Belum datang jadi ntar kita
Akbar
mungkin tidak, dan kita bisa digabung dengan Afrika. Karena cuma iya terpaksa. Dia kan cuma hitung menit.
So, in main room, in one in one nggak tahu team three versus team four, then we have team five and versus team six in pivot so in this pivot from three, this is the main debate in team one. So guys, feel free for you to see this or you can see the debate in YouTube, Instagram, and so on and so forth. But you cannot see the debate in main room, breakout room, and breakout room one and breakout room two. To understand? YouTube, Instagram, okay. And so on and so forth. Is there any question on the floor? You cannot see
Yes,
the debate.
question from
Counting one,
Unpad.
counting two, counting three.
Question
And
nggak kedengeran suaranya.
breakout room one and breakout. Oh wait. To understand? What are you saying?
Ini berarti buat yang sesi 2 sama sesi 3 harus nungguin 1 jam selama sesi 1 berjalan ya Kak gitu.
Yep. Is there any question on the floor? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Question from
Counting one,
Unpad.
counting two, counting three.
Question nggak kedengeran suaranya.
Breakout room one and breakout. Oh wait. To understand? What are you saying?
Ini berarti buat yang sesi 2
So
sama
guys,
sesi
I
3
will
harus
allocate
nungguin
the
1 jam selama sesi
participants
1 berjalan ya
who
Kak.
debate in session one. So please rename yourself
Yes,
so I
thank you.
can
Question
allocate you
from
in
Unpad.
your breakout room.
Question nggak kedengeran suaranya.
Breakout room one and breakout. Oh wait. To what are you saying?
Ini berarti buat yang sesi 2
So
sama
guys,
sesi
I
3
will
harus
allocate
nungguin
the
1 jam selama sesi
participants
1 berjalan ya
who
Kak.
debate in session one. So please rename yourself
Yes,
so I
thank you.
can
I
allocate
ask
you.
something?
Yes.
Um, if it's not our turn already, can we just see in the debate going into the breakout room?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? Because maybe you have some.
Kalau misalkan belum waktu kita debat, boleh nggak ikut di breakout room yang lomba?
Oh, yeah. I think guys, participants yang nggak debate itu bisa nonton di YouTube, di Instagram, atau platform lain yang disediakan. Tapi partisipan itu nggak boleh masuk di room peserta yang sedang debat. Jadi I hope guys you will stay in here and see the information.
Okay, thank you.
Guys, I'm so sorry because there is ada kesalahan to the match up. So I will mengulang match up-nya. So guys, we are waiting for the participants who already joined in a breakout room. So if the all of participants is joined in a breakout room 3, I will show you the match up for today. So sorry guys. So guys, this is the new matchup for the session 1 for the preliminary round debate. So you will see that in main room, we have team 1 versus team 2. In breakout room 1, we have team 7 versus team 8. In breakout room 2, we have team 13 versus team 14. So this is the new matchup for the session 1. You can screenshot to all of participants who done debate in session 1. So you can see whenever you will see your positions you debate. Okay. I will say again, this is the new matchup for the preliminary round session 1. Counting 1, counting 2, counting 3. Okay. The participants who don't debate in session 1, maybe the representative of your team, maybe one, maybe stay in here, and which yang lainnya itu boleh leave the meeting dan nonton debate-nya di YouTube, Instagram, dan sebagainya. But participants itu dilarang untuk join ke main room dan breakout room 1 dan 2. So guys, I will allocate you as up.
S1 Ilmu Gizi Universitas Hasanuddin dan S2 Gizi Komunitas Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Indonesia. And her current position is lecturer at Nutrition Department of Poltekkes Kemenkes Mangunkulit. Okay, now maybe before we start the session, I will refer the team to choose which one is the government side or the opposition side. And the winner will have advantage to choose what side they want to have. Maybe we will from the, let's start from the team 1 versus team 2. Amanina, saya beri keterangan. Tidak ada, Bu. Assalamualaikum. Dari langsung dua. Ya, kita sendiri bisa. Saya pasang dua. Boleh merespon? Saya Continuar di rangkaian khusus apa ya? Team 1 choose the affirmative side or the government side. So based on the decision, the team 1 choose the affirmative side. It means the team 2 is The negative side. The negative side. Next, maybe we can, maybe we offer 15 motion. Next, we offer 15 motion, and I intend to pick one which is number minimum one. Kelihatan motionnya tuh.
Opposition side, the second speaker, and the third speaker. Please to the representative of team A to give the name who will be replied. I repeat again, please representative of team A to give that who will be replied.
Recording in progress.
Okay, for each team, 5 minutes has left. Two minutes left. For each team, 2 minutes left.
Welcome to English debate competition. This Natalies FKM Unhas 39 pre-eliminary round session 1. Let me introduce myself. My name is
Recording in progress.
And today, teams will be competing in this room are Team 1 as a government and Team 2 as opposition. And during this debate, please silence your mobile phone or any device which will create disturbing sound, and do not communicate with other audience. And the last, do not get out of this room during the speaker deliver his or her speech. For duration of speech, the timekeeper will be remind at chat room. The timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at first minute. It means POI or interjection is allowed. The timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at second minute. It means POI or interjection is not allowed. The timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at 5th minute. It means the speaker have 2 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. The timekeeper will reminding at chat room twice at 6 minutes 50 seconds and continuously after 7 minutes. It means speaker should finish his or her speech soon. Without further ado, I open this debate by call the speaker of the order. I call first speaker of government. Please for speaker of government. Okay, the first speaker of government, allow you to deliver your argument.
room. Once at the 5th minute, it means the speaker have 2 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. The fourth, the timekeeper will reminding at the chat room twice at the 6 minutes 50 seconds and continuously after 7 minutes. It means the speaker should finish his or her speech soon. And the side who want to be POI, please use the feature of raise hand. Without further ado, I open this debate by call the speaker of the order. I call the first speaker of government, Mrs. Nurul Aulia Faisal. The time is yours.
Thanks for the chairperson to the opportunity. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everyone. Today, I'm Nurul Aulia Faisal from Group A. As a first speaker, will be give an opinion about the topic is junk food at first should be banned. Junk food is unhealthy food that is high in calories from sugar or fat, with little dietary fiber, protein, vitamins, minerals, or other forms of an important nutritional value. High consumption of junk food can cause obesity due to the content of junk food. Adolescents, because they are looking for identity due to the transition period. The changes that occur are not only seen in physical appearance, but also in changes in dietary consumption patterns. Talk about obesity. Obesity is the occurrence of excessive fat accumulation in the body that can pose a risk to health. More than 1.9 billion adults aged more than 18 and worldwide were overweight in health in 2016, and more than 650 million adults are obese. Overall adults population followed 11%. The female population was obese in 2016. The worldwide prevalence of obesity nearly tripled from 1975 to 2016. This is based on the WHO 2013. The advertising of junk food can make people will eat many fat their mind, because the people can evocative by the advertising. So banning this advertising can prevent obesity. So we are from the government side very agree that junk food advertising should be banned, so the obesity can reduce. That's for me. Thanks.
I think that's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
The first speaker of government spent 3 minutes 15 seconds. I call the first speaker of opposition to the Mr. Muhammad Reski Maulana. Time is yours.
So, thank you for the chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the honor, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the member of this house. Good morning, Mr. Muhammad Yusran Amir, as the educators, and Mrs. Ainun Jasadin as the timekeeper, and Mrs. Laxmi for the adjudicators. And thank you for the opportunity that has given to us today. We are going to deliver you our motion and our speech. First of all, let me introduce ourselves. So we are from oppositions of team pleasure. My name is Muhammad Reski Maulana for the first speaker. Our second speaker is Nurul Izzah, and the third speaker is Aulia Rahmaudini. Next, I would like to give you our something for motion today. And our motion is junk food advertising should be banned. And from that motions, we will give our timeline, and that was we as the opposition of team absolutely don't agree with that. We will also give the parameters. Our parameters is that we just talk about psychology and humanity right, and junk food advertisement are advertisement that provide an overview of how to introduce junk food among the public. But as time goes by, advertising is no longer for interesting and enthusiastic as people used to be. Currently, in 2020, advertisements are only created as an intermediary between consumers and producers. It's so to simply provide an overview of the menu. And we will give some opinion for the first speaker from for affirmative team. And opinion is NYC police of USA said there are several descriptions of the psychology aspect that the one is aspect from psychology. People are not affected by advertising, but on the environment of their educations. And advertising is currently considered normal and only needs advertising and product recognitions. The first affirmative speaker said that obesity was the main cause of this advertisement, but opposition team, we said that obesity is not just looking at advertisement, but also from lifestyle or environment or the human right. And the second two, based on human rights and following itself, everyone has the right to buy and get food and provide service because it is their choice and their job. And the opposition will give the data from the NYC police. We can give any other of opinion, and opinion is the government is not really care about advertisement, and the government has tried to take away one basic of right and hide stuff from us, and are not trying to have junk food. And the fast food is commercial, it's not right. And I think we think just food commercials should not be banned, because the government should not have the power of censor of the what we watch. It's discriminations towards the companies that pay to put their product and on television, but no longer can, because they are banned for the nation problems. And finally, it would take away their jobs, and it's better choice if they want to be the product. They are not through illegal ground to support it, and honestly, everyone has a right to choose. Eating junk food is a life choice and should not be ashamed. It's also a double-edged sword, and put forth a ban on the advertisement. And so the opposition team still doesn't agree that junk food ads advertisement should be removed, because according to the Psychology of America, NYC Food Police said that. And thank you. We are opposition team that's want to talk about that. Thank you. I will give a chairman. Thank you.
Okay. The first speaker of opposition spent 6 minutes 8 seconds. I call the second speaker of opposition. I'm sorry. I call the second speaker of government side, Mrs. Sakia Nur. The time is yours.
So yeah, uh, let me introduce myself. My name is Zekia Haiza, and I am the second speaker of affirmative team. So let me begin my argument. First, the opposite team say that junk food ads it's not main factor of the obesity, but there are some study that say by banning the ads for fast food or junk food, that we could decrease uh, overweight by 17%. So maybe it's not the main factor, but we need to try our effort to decreasing any factor of obesity. And one of those factor is ads, junk food ads. And the second argument that government have not have power to the food industry, but I want to say that the government have power not directly to the food industry, but we can like Ministry of Health can raise awareness among the people how to eat healthy food and other side effects. So some the affirmative team is agree that we should to ban junk food ads because ads is influencing and encourage people to consuming unhealthy food. We maybe not actually just ban it. Maybe we can decreasing it first. Like we should the children. So we should decreasing the number of children that exposed to junk food ads. Like maybe policy of junk food at over 9 p.m. at night like that. So yeah, the affirmative team is agree that we should to ban junk food ads. So that's all from me. So yeah, it's for me.
So the second speaker of government spent 5 minutes 30 seconds. I call the second speaker of opposition side, Mrs. Nurul Iza. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So let me introduce myself. My name is Nurul Iza as the second speaker. Okay, as the opposition side, that we believe that junk food advertising shouldn't be banned. As our first speaker has said that there are several impacts such as the psychology and the lifestyle of their individuals and also the environment. So at this occasion, I will add some reason because about the human rights. Yeah, eating junk food is a life choice and shouldn't not be a same. So it begs to their self if they want to eat this food or this, but it begs to their self. And as our speaker said, our first speaker said that it's also impact by the education or the experience of their personal. So yeah, I think the 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 junk food advertisement should not be banned. It's not the way. It's not the only one way to prevent the obesity, because there is no evidence that prove that the junk food prevent the obesity. Is there any proof that the junk food prevent the obesity? I think there's no. The second, I would say that there is now in the junk food industrial there are some menus which is contain a healthy food like vegetable, a vitamin, and protein. So if there is so the people who they don't want to get obesity, they can choose the healthy food like a salad or the other food that industrial junk food offer to them. So at this occasion, we are from the opposition side, believe that junk food advertisement shouldn't not be banned based on our opinion. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Preventing HIV, a quality assured condom are the only products currently available to protect the wearer from the sexually transmit infection due to HIV and other sexuality transmitted infection. When used properly, condom have proven to be the effective tool for preventing HIV infection among women and men. A condom is easy, cheap, can be found or anywhere, effective, common, and familiar. Okay, in Indonesia, government allow the use of the condom to suppress the spread of HIV. I strongly agree this motion. The government should encourage the use of condom in order to prevent HIV or AIDS. How do condom help prevent the sexual transmission of HIV? Condom help prevent HIV transmission by reduction risk of the export to HIV during laboratory to this how show the material used to make most condom such latex, nitrile, polyurethane, and polystyrene do not let HIV pass through them. Condom acts as a barrier to HIV infection by preventing the vagina, penis, rectum, and mouth from being exposed to body fluids. Okay, such as semen, vaginal fluid, and rectal fluid that can contain HIV. Some condoms are from the membrane of the sheep intensive. Okay, this natural and brand condom are also now in lambskin condoms. Okay, can be used to help prevent pregnancy, but they should not be used as the HIV prevention as strategy because HIV can pass through them. I strongly agree. This motion, the government should encourage the use of the condom in order to prevent HIV or AIDS. Okay, some condoms are made from a membrane of the installation. Okay, the natural membrane condom are also now the lambskin condom. Okay. But they should not be used as HIV prevention as strategy because HIV can pass through them. Okay, how effective of the condom at preventing the sexual transmission of the HIV? Condoms are highly effective as strongly to help prevent the sexual transmission of the HIV when are they used consistently of the correctly. They are being of the studies in laboratory stage. Okay, we strongly believe this motion of the government should encourage the use of condom in order to prevent HIV AIDS. I can say thank you.
Okay, the second speaker of government team spent 7 minutes 12 seconds. And for the next, I call second speaker of opposition team to deliver their argument.
I'm so sorry, Chairperson. The second speaker of my team having lost internet connection because on her place the lamp there's no electricity. So can you give us the solution of this situation?
Okay, for now, okay, for now, we will give your team to, we will give he or she 1 minute to join this room again.
Recording in
Valerie
progress.
Anugrah Ningtyas Gunawan. To the speaker, time is yours.
All right, thank you so much. So am I audible?
Yes, I can hear it.
Thank you.
Yes, you are.
All right, thank you. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. The honorable judges and audience, this is the third speaker of the government team, and I'm going to rebuke first I'm going to rebuke the opposition team and then giving my arguments. I also want to remind that the motion for today's debate is that this House believes that the government should allow people to change their genitals based on their sexual orientation. So the first thing first, rebuttal for the first speaker and the second speaker of the opposition team. They say that this changing genitals procedures, surgery, have a lot of health impact. For example, chromosome changes and etc., inflammation and anything. It is true, and I agree with that. But but the health state of every human is their right, and we are not going to push them to change their genitals. No, needs to be underlined. We just want to allow them, but not pushing them to change their genitals. Yeah. I'm sure all doctors will give them the information about the risk of genital surgery, whether it's the short-term risk or the long-term risk. And after that, it is all their decision. After the doctors tell them the risk, whether it's the long-term risk or it's the short-term risk of genital surgery procedures, it is all their decision. It's their consideration, and it's their decision if they wanted to continue the procedures of genitals changing surgery. That sentence that we need to underline for this debate. And the second speaker said that if they wanted to do the procedure outside, if they really wanted to do the procedure of changing genitals, they can go outside the country where it's maybe more it's more safety there, the procedures, maybe about the facility or the doctors. Are you meaning that the healthcare in Indonesia does not competent on doing this surgery? So if you say that they
I'd like to interrupt.
No, thank you.
But you've declined 3 times already.
Sorry, I can hear you. I'm sorry, I can hear you.
The government team has declined 3 times already, and I'd like to interrupt.
Okay, so sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. It's okay. If you were to say that the Indonesian healthcare is already competent, then please give one example of a success story which there isn't, because it is proven, and there are so many stories of failed ones, and many people regret that. Many people regret undergoing a sex change surgery. Thank you.
So we can see that the news on the news recently, there are few people on the TNI Indonesian army who they already do the genital surgery. Yeah. So next, I'm going to continue my arguments. So if you suggesting that they need to go to outside the country, despite all that, what's the difference with whether you allowing here and then you allowing they do the surgery outside the country? Okay, that's
Recording in progress.
And automatically you say agree with our
Ladies and gentlemen, as we all knew that most of the junk food company is from the other country. It's not Indonesia. That's why it gave us more more good than harm, because they pay tax to us, which is a good point here, because it could increase our national.
Can I continue my argument?
Ladies and gentlemen, in here, our government do have some power to intervene the food industry, but then again,
Recording in progress.
Am I allowed to continue my arguments? Excuse me, am I allowed to continue my arguments?
Okay. Continue your argument, please.
Thank you so much. All right, so in conclusion, these are the points that our team wants to point out. The first thing is that this is really relate to the human rights, that anyone can be the way they want it to be based on the Undang-Undang number 33 year 2099 about the human rights in Indonesia. And then the second one is the doctors should be able to control the patient's health in order to provide a prevention for their health after the surgery procedures. And then the third one, it is also needs to be considered as a mental health state, as a mental health matters, that matters. We need to consider the mental health of people who think they are not who they are and wants to change their genitals. And then the fourth, the last, is actually the government in Indonesia are already allowing people to change their genitals. You can see, as I said before, you can see it on some news recently, and we can see that they are happy to be able to be the way they wanted to be. So the conclusion from us, from the government team, that therefore the arguments from the opposition do not stand, and we disagree with that. Thank you so much.
Okay, the third speaker of the affirmative team spent 5 minutes and 44 seconds. I call upon the third speaker of the negative team, Hairunisa Putri Lorenzo. So Hairunisa Putri Lorenzo, time is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, I will start my argument from 1, 2, 3. Hello, I'm Hairunisa Putri Lorenzo as the first speaker from the negative team. And we strongly believe and we strongly disagree that government should allow people to change their genitals based on their sexual orientation. And I will give my arguments about this motion. Before that, as the third of affirmation team say that before giving the example that one of the successful surgery for genital, she gave us that is an example saying that it's from Indonesian National Armed Force, so she's not doing the surgery, but she has an genital disorder. So she already born with that. So that is not one of the example of the successful surgeon. Other than that, government team, I want to ask you something. That do you even think about the after effect when they change their genital? Do you have any solution for the psychology effect that they change their genitals, such as depression, traumatized after the surgical operation? Because we're not living alone. We live with the other people that have the stigma, discrimination, etc. And we are debating under a faculty of health sciences here. And if you don't extra effort to take care of people's health, then you are definitely in the wrong place. And we believe the judges here are in our side since sex change is really dangerous for health and it could bring down public health indicators levels. And we surely don't want that, right, ladies and gentlemen? So I will explain more. About the side effect for the health for people that are doing the genital surgeon. Such as we can see that while doing the operation, it can have bleeding and infection. The appearance of bleeding and infection are most common in side effects of sex change surgery. During surgery, the doctor will make multiple incisions in the penis or vagina. The process risks injuring blood vessels, causing large amount of bleeding. And the second one is urinary tract infection or UTI. By giving the operation is performed to the genital, there is possibly that bacteria can spread to the urinary tract. And the third one is health problem related to hormonal change. So, about a year before surgery, the patient will be asked first to undergo hormone therapy. Men who want to undergo transgender surgery need to take estrogen therapy first to bring out feminine reproductive characteristic. So, that's all for my arguments. We from the negative team still strongly disagree with the government decisions for allowing people to change their genitals based on their sexual orientation, because it's surely can give a really bad impact for the health. And also, once again, other than health, we live in in Islamic country and adhere to Sharia rules, and we know that it's haram in Islam, and we know that Islam must that prohibited in Islam. It also can give us a bad impact for health. Thank you.
Okay, so the third speaker of the negative team spent 4 minutes and 11 seconds. I call upon the reply speaker of the negative team. For the reply speaker of the negative team, time is yours. Okay, so I repeat, I call upon the reply speaker of the negative team. For the reply speaker of the negative team, time is yours. I repeat, I call upon the reply speaker for the negative team or opposition team. The time is yours.
So the government team should think twice for allowing people to change their genital based on their sexual orientation. And transsexuality address individual change from their male and female sex identify at birth or live socially under the preferred. And there is a lot of risk that if the government team allowed people to change their genitals based on their sexual orientation, the first risk is the psychology after the surgeon and the risk of the surgeon, of the genital surgeon itself. That's all I could.
So the reply speaker of the negative team spent 45 seconds. I call upon the reply speaker of the affirmative team. To the speaker of the affirmative team, the time is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Futures is belong to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are under the motion the government should allow people to change their genital based on their sexual orientation. But we see, ladies and gentlemen, along the debate, the oppositions also just saying about the health impact of the change in their genital. But ladies and gentlemen, we also said about this, we are guaranteed for the health impact. It doesn't matter for the people that change their genital, because firstly, they have to check and going to see the doctors, whether the doctor is saying if they can or they cannot change their genitals. So it won't have any problem with the health impact, ladies and gentlemen, because we know that the doctor is the one who is really professional in their area to take care of this problem, ladies and gentlemen. And also about the health worker that don't really professional, ladies and gentlemen, we can use this chance to make the quality of the health worker in Indonesia will be better and better, ladies and gentlemen, because we see that this is a serious issues that the government should take, and the government can be responsible also to increasing the quality of the medical resources to can implement this regulation, ladies and gentlemen. Also, the third speaker of the negative theme said about the Islamic countries, ladies and gentlemen. We can say that we debating this to the generals, to all of the countries, ladies and gentlemen, to the general countries. We cannot say that it is for only the Islamic countries or not. And also, we are Indonesia is not Islamic countries, ladies and gentlemen. We are generally open to every majority, to every minority, and also to every religion in our countries, ladies and gentlemen. So it is really contradictory with our theme that also saying about in the law, ladies and gentlemen, that it is their right, it is their human right to change their genital organ, and then it is really safe because we are providing you the mechanism and also the regulation itself, ladies and gentlemen. And also it also make people more productively doing their activities because they will very happy, they will more happy and less stressed doing their life, ladies and gentlemen. So we are in the government side give you the more detail and the more point about this debate, ladies and gentlemen. And imagine if we are not allowing people to change their genital based on their sexual orientation, what will happen, ladies and gentlemen? The thing that happen is they will unhappy and they will feel stressed and even more suicide thing, ladies and gentlemen. We strongly want see that happen also, can also, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why we as the government should allow people to change their genital based on their sexual orientations, and we are really proud to propose. Thank you.
Okay, so the reply speaker of the affirmative team spent 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, so that was the end of this debate. Please give some applause for all the debaters in this room. Okay, so I present the time for the adjudicators to give their comments. To the adjudicators, or I call Ms. Narti Prihartini, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. This is a really great debate that so much mind open in this debate, and I think that all of you do your best, and this debate is running very well, and some of the points make the team give the strong arguments and belong to this debate. I hope that we see from two sides of this condition. So this debate will give the solutions if we get the situation like this. And I hope that all of you have a critical mind more and more and find the solutions, not only give to share this problem.
Recording
Please,
in
all
progress.
debaters, leave this room and go to the room 3 and let adjudicators discuss and make up their decision. Thank you.
Yeah, just thank you, debaters. Thank you, chairman. Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
Bisa dokumentasi dulu.
There will be documentation in the end of this. And after you go to the room 3, you will be invited again in this room to hear the comment and to hear the verbal adjudication.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Please, to Mrs. Sakia and Mr. Muhammad Reski Maulana, please leave this room. and go to the room 3.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's very nice to meet you, Ibu Hera.
Waalaikumsalam. Halo Kak. Nice to meet you too.
Wait a second. I will increase the volume. How are you today, Hera?
Alhamdulillah baik Kak.
Oh, it's very nice to meet you this morning.
Nice to meet you too
How
also.
is Palembang?
I'm in Bone now, Kak.
Bone,
Back to Bone because online, so that I back to Bone.
Oh, all right. Very nice. It's been a long time never to see you. And I will ask Mrs. Dr. Lasmin. How are you today, Dr. Lasmin? How are you today?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. How is Gorontalo? Gorontalo is fine?
Yes, Alhamdulillah, fine, but very hot.
It's a little bit hot there. Okay. So today we are going.
Recording in
example
progress.
in the news. Yes, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for Mr. Andi Imam Arundana for the comments of for this round.
Recording in
data
progress.
for support your argument.
Can you repeat? Sorry, my internet connection. Hello.
Okay. Where you find your data, what you say, and can you give me more the data for support your argument?
Okay. Where I find the data that I say sex is there is sex there is a lot of sex if the using of condom. Hello.
Hello.
Is it right?
No, I think I cannot understand what you say.
Okay. So based on UNICEF, there is 2 million teenager age 15 and 19 that is positive infection HIV on 2016. This is a data from HIV. So increasing. Okay. Just let brainstorming. Okay. Happen. What term is increasing? Okay. With the person like say, that is legally that is can buy on people under 18. So we can have like like that.
Udah dari tadi ya?
Enggak kok. Kamu makin cantik aja nih aku lihat.
Bisa aja. By the way, kesibukan kamu sekarang apa?
Enggak ada sih. Cuman sibuk rebahan doang.
Kira-kira apa yang terjadi pada mereka berdua? Mari kita cek. Kalau dari wajahnya, kelihatan bugar dan happy. Kalau dilihat-lihat, hidungnya memerah dan pokoknya nggak fit deh. Apa sih penyebabnya? Sistem imun tubuh adalah sekumpulan sel, organ khusus, dan jaringan yang bekerja untuk melawan zat-zat yang berbahaya di dalam tubuh kita. Dan salah satunya adalah COVID-19. Kuat lemah sistem imun tubuhnya kita dipengaruhi oleh pola hidup kita. Maka dari itu, ada 5 langkah cara meningkatkan sistem imun tubuh kita. Langkah pertama, biasakan beraktivitas atau berolahraga di pagi hari. Jangan jadi kaum rebahan ya. Langkah kedua, berjemurlah di bawah matahari pagi selama 5-10 menit. Masih rebahan aja nih. Langkah ketiga, makanlah makanan yang sehat dan bergizi seperti buah-buahan dan sayur-sayuran dan kurangi mengonsumsi junk food. Langkah keempat, tidur dan istirahat dengan cukup minimal 6-8 jam per hari. Jangan begadang nonton film sampai tengah malam ya. Langkah kelima, hindari perilaku merokok. Itu dia tadi 5 langkah cara meningkatkan sistem imun tubuh kita. Mari jaga sistem imun tubuh kita agar terhindar dari COVID-19. Ayo tangkal COVID-19 dengan tingkatkan sistem imun tubuhmu.
Masker juga butuh perhatian, masa doi doang? Nah, teman-teman harus tahu nih, penggunaan masker ganda bukan berarti harus menggunakan 2 lapis masker kain. Bukan pula menggunakan 2 lapis masker medis. Nah, yang tepat menggunakan masker medis terlebih dahulu, kemudian didobel dengan masker kain. Ini nih, jangan kenakan masker di bawah hidung, dagu, ataupun dahi. Jangan seperti mereka ya, hehehe. Jangan pula sentuh masker apabila sedang dikenakan. Jika masker yang kamu kenakan basah ataupun sudah kotor, maka segeralah ganti yang baru. Nah, ini dia nih. Teman-teman harus ingat bahwa waktu penggunaan masker maksimal 4 jam. Jadi, apabila masker sudah dikenakan selama 4 jam, segeralah untuk mengganti masker yang baru. Karena menggunakan masker terlalu lama dapat memicu terjadinya infeksi. Kemudian, jika hendak melepas masker yang nantinya akan dipakai kembali, maka simpanlah masker tersebut di kantong atau tas yang bersih. Maskerku melindungi kamu, maskermu melindungi aku.
Berita hoaks bermunculan sejak vaksin COVID-19 resmi digunakan. Kebanyakan hoaks menjurus pada pelibatan invasi ataupun pejabat pemerintah serta efek samping penggunaan vaksin. Hal ini sangat berpengaruh pada jalannya pemberian vaksin, sehingga dapat menggagalkan usaha pemerintah dalam penanganan COVID-19 di Indonesia.
Maraknya hoaks mengenai vaksin di media sosial membuat segelintir orang takut bahkan secara keras menolak untuk divaksin. Nah, untuk itu, apa saja yang harus dilakukan agar dapat terhindar dari hoaks? Pertama, menilai sumber informasi. Pastikan informasi yang kamu dapatkan berasal dari orang atau akun-akun media sosial yang terpercaya seperti WHO, Kemenkes, dan Kominfo. Kedua, hati-hati dengan judul berita provokatif. Pastikan kamu membaca secara menyeluruh isi artikel dengan baik, kemudian membandingkannya dengan artikel lainnya. Jika dirasa ada artikel yang menyesatkan, laporkan. Ketiga, kunjungi situs covid19.go.id pada halaman Hoaxbuster untuk memeriksa apakah data yang kamu dapatkan hoax atau fakta.
Bagaimana pentingnya vaksin bagi manusia, yaitu vaksin menyelamatkan jiwa, melindungi diri, keluarga, masyarakat dari berbagai penyakit menular yang berbahaya. WHO sebutkan 2-3 juta jiwa selamatkan tiap tahunnya di seluruh dunia. Sejak vaksin ditemukan, sejumlah penyakit yang dulunya mematikan dan membuat kelumpuhan kini sangat jarang terjadi atau punah. Vaksin membentuk sebuah kekebalan tubuh untuk melawan suatu penyakit lebih cepat dan ampuh. Tidak hanya untuk individu, vaksin memberi perlindungan bagi orang-orang yang tidak dapat imunisasi, contohnya pada usia tertentu maupun penyakit tertentu. Semua vaksin yang tersedia di masyarakat sudah diuji keamanan efektivitasnya.
Membagikan informasi tanpa pengetahuan sama halnya membaca hoax. Dapatkan informasi yang faktual dan aktual dari website yang resmi dari kajian di bidang itu tersendiri. Disaring sebelum disebar, masyarakat cerdas tangkal hoax vaksinasi COVID-19.
Di panggung nih, suruh
membuat
lucu.
sebuah
Iya,
lelucon.
gue nggak bisa gue.
Lu aja, gue sih bisa.
Coba ngelucu aja. Coba, lucu coba.
The 2012 Indonesian Demography and Health Survey revealed that adolescent knowledge about the use of condom has decreased. Adolescents who have the risk you adulthood have higher education and live in urban area tend to agree with the use condom to prevent pregnancy, HIV or AIDS, and other sexually transmitted diseases. Actually, education is adolescent is very important to do because psychology teenagers are very interested in doing new things. If not guided properly, teenager can fall into negative things. For example, having free sex, this running his future. In addiction to preventing HIV or AIDS and sexually transmitted disease, sex education for adolescents also aim to raise awareness about the risk of the free sex. This sexual knowledge can also be a provision for teenagers when they are married someday, because a healthy husband and wife relationship can also help create harmony in a family. And then protecting the young generation. Basically, the main purpose of socializing the most condom the tenure is to provide sexual information and education, not to give out condom for free, let alone to support premarital sex activities. And at the end of the day, we as a affirmative team support the motion that government should encourage the use of condom in order to prevent HIV or AIDS, and this motion should stand. And so we deserve to win this debate. That's all that I can say. Thank you.
Okay. The replay speaker of government team spent 4 minutes 20 seconds to deliver their conclusion. And that was the end of this debate. Please give applause of all debaters in this room. And now, please to all the debaters leave this room and go to the room 3 and let adjudicators discuss and make up their decision. After 10 minutes, we will invite you again, guys, to join this room again to hear the comment and the winner of this session. Once again, untuk for all debaters in this room to leave this room and go to the room 3 and let the adjudicators to discuss and make up their decision. And after 10 minutes, we will invite you again, guys, to join this room again to hear the comment and the winner of this session.
Excuse me, Miss Arifah. Our colleague is at breakout room 3.
Recording in progress.
From 3 adjudicators. As you know, Dr. Lasmi from Gorontalo University. Dr. Hera is from Palembang University, Sriwijaya University in Palembang, and I myself from Hasanuddin University. So this is going to be fair because 3 universities from 3 different areas is going to judge the performance of the team. And I myself is going to be fair enough to judge the performance of the each participants based on the manner, method, and what else one? Manner, method, and material. And let us conclude the best speaker first. So the 3 adjudicators has reached the decisions that the best speaker for today goes to Miss Aulia Rahma. Clap hands. And you know what? All of the adjudicators has anonymous decisions. It means the 3 adjudicators agree that the best speaker goes to Miss Aulia Rahma. That is the first. I mean, no split decisions. I mean, two adjudicators agree with this name and one adjudicators agree with this name. No, the three adjudicators agree that only one name will be the best speaker. That is to Miss Aulia Rahma. And today we are going to make also a decisions who will be the winner for today. For the not to win for today, it doesn't mean that you are not very good enough. No, it's just maybe your opinion is not sometimes it's not systematically arranged. So in my point of view, that your sometimes also we observe the time that has been given to the participants. Sometimes we give 7 minutes, they just have say 3 to 5 minutes. So there are still a lot of time vacant, there are a lot of times to remind, but they don't use it wisely. So, and to conclude this verbal adjudication, I would like to mention that thank you to Miss Dr. Lasmi and also Dr. Hera for the best opinion. The winner for today is the opposition team with the anonymous decisions, no split decisions. The three adjudicators agree that the winners goes to opposition team. Clap hands. Goes to Abel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Isran. So again, congratulations to the Team 7 as the winner of this round. And it means the Team 7 will be go to the semi-finals. Thank you so much for all debaters that have been joined. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you,
Congratulations
Dr. Lasmi. Thank you, Dr.
for
Hera.
all
We
of
are
you.
going to have a semi-final after this.
Siap, Kak.
For all the adjudicators, please stay in this room. And before to all the participants that will be compete again, please. I'm sorry. To all the debaters, please open the camera. We will have the photo session.
Yeah. Thank you for juga.
Okay. In my count, 1, 2,
Lasmi.
Mrs. Laksmi, can you open the camera?
Are
you there?
No, she's sleeping. All right, just go on.
Okay. In my count, 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much for the participation, and you can go back to the room 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, just thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Makasih, Abel.
Dadah, Abel. Makasih, Kakak Abel.
Semangat, Kak Abel. Semangat.
Thank you, guys.
Ya. Untuk Ibu Laksmi, Ibu Herawati, dan Pak Yusran, kita masih ada satu sesi lagi, yaitu sesi pertama untuk tim 9 and tim 10. Jadi kita akan sesi satu lagi.
Recording in progress.
Congratulations for the affirmative stream from Unsri, and you be able to continue to the next round. with the total score from the judging is 88.03. And the score for the second team, for the opposite team, yeah, from the negative, you get the score 84.14. So the winner is from the affirmative team. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the verbal adjudication from our adjudicators, Mrs. Nafti Prihatini. I would like to say thank you for the verbal adjudication. So I would like to say congratulations for group 14 too. Okay, so that was the end of this debate. Please give again some applause for all the debaters and for all the winner for this round. Okay, so for all the participants or all the debaters, please leave this room and go to the room 3 again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Selesai nih.
So I repeat for team 13, Khairuni Saputri Lorenza, you can leave this room and go to the breakout room 3. Okay, I think jadi for all the adjudicators, jadi Ibu ini istirahat dulu 10
Okay, guys, we're gonna play the session 2. So make sure that all of your team, all of your member will be joined in the break room 3 as soon as possible. Yeah. Before that, we're gonna make a roll call for the all participants who debate in session 2. Guys, if you're complete, say complete. If you're not complete, say not complete. Understand? Okay, firstly, team 3, are you complete?
Yes, we complete.
Okay. Team 4, are you complete?
Yes, we complete.
Okay. Next, team 9, are you here and complete? Team 9, are you here and complete? Okay. Team 10, are you here and complete? Team 10, are you here and complete? So next, team 15, are you here and complete?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. And the last, team 16, are you here and complete? Okay, we have 3 teams that not still joined in the break room 3, which is team 9, team 10, and team 16. Guys, while we waiting for the team 16 to join the Zoom, I will allocate the team 3 and team 4 to debate in main room. So
Recording in
Bachelor and
progress.
Master Degree in Public Health Faculty of Hasanuddin University, and Doctoral Program in Medical Faculty of Gajah Mada University, majoring Public Health Science, and current position as a lecturer at Public Health Faculty of Universitas Sriwijaya, and Journal Manager of Jurnal Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat. Before we start the session, I will raffle the team to choose which one is the government side or the opposition side, and the winner will have advantage to choose what side they want to have and to choose the motion. Let's start from the team 9 versus team 10. And the winner is team 9. I will let the team 9 to decide what side they want to have. For the team 9, what side do you want to choose?
Thank you. We choose the government side of the house.
Pardon me?
Thank you for the opportunity. We choose the government side of the house.
So based on the decision, the team 9 choose the government side. It means the team 10 is the opposition side. Next, we offer 15 motion, and I will give chance to the team 9 to choose number from 1 to 15 to pick the motion. So, to the team 9, what number do you want to choose?
We choose number 8. Number 8.
So the team 9 choose motion 8. So the motion for today is men are the key of the success of family planning program in Indonesia. I will repeat again. So the motion for today is men are the key of the success of family planning program in Indonesia. I will give you 10 minutes to prepare your case. And it starts now. And as the times go on, please to all the representative of each team to give us the name of the first speaker, second speaker, the third speaker, and who the reply speaker of each side, even that this was the government side and opposition side. Please chat in the room, in the Zoom chat room.
Excuse me, Abel.
Yes.
In the screen, we see the chat from your WhatsApp, maybe. I think it should be the time.
We are very sorry for disturbing. Please, for the timekeeper.
Nanti kami akan panggil peserta tim 1 dan tim 2 dari room 3 Bu untuk gabung ke sini dan kami dari panitia akan memberikan waktu maksimal
Recording in progress.
Thank you so much. 10 minutes left, and we will start the debate now. Before we start, please, to all the participants, to open the camera. I repeat again, before we start, please, to all the participants, to open the camera. For Mrs. Ignacia Corina, please open the camera. And Mr. Arya Fernando, Mr. Arya Fernando, are you in the room? We will start the debate now. Welcome to English debate competition. This Natalies FKM Unhas 39th preliminary round, session 2. Let me introduce myself. My name is Abel Yeheskel Smolang, will be served as a chairperson, and Nurul Fadila as a timekeeper in this room. Our motion today is men are the key of the success of family planning program in Indonesia. Today, teams will be competing in this room are Team 9 as a government side and Team 10 as an opposition side. The first speaker from government side is Mrs. Ignacia Corina. And the second speaker of government side is Mrs. Nurul Inayat. And the third speaker of government side is Miss Preti Teresia. The first speaker from opposition side is Mr. Abdul Fattah Naufal. The second speaker of opposition side is Mr. Arya Fernando. And the third speaker of opposition side is Ahmad Hoiruddin Marsuki. And the reply speaker from government side is Miss Ignacia Corina. And the reply speaker from opposition side is Mr. Abdul Fattah Naufal. During this debate, please silence your mobile phone or any devices which will create disturbing sound, and do not communicate with other audiences, and do not get out of this room during the speaker deliver his or her speech. For duration of speech, the timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at the first minute. It means POI or interjection is allowed. The timekeeper will reminding at the chat room once at the second minute. It means POI or interjection is not allowed. The timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at the fifth minute. It means the speaker have 2 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. And the timekeeper will reminding at the chat room twice at 6 minutes 50 seconds and continuously after 7 minutes. It means the speaker should finish his or her speech soon. For all the debaters that want to be POI, just please open your mic and deliver your POI based on the speaker if it's allowed or not. And without further ado, I open this debate by call the speaker or the order. I call the first speaker of government, Ms. Ignacia Corina. Time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Before we deliver our arguments, we will ask the government side of the House would like to declare the definition of the motion, which is the men are the key of the success of family planning program in Indonesia. So we would like to declare the definition that men are people with a male identity gender to consent with, while the family planning program, or called Keluarga Berencana, is considered a model of government-sponsored fertility control in Indonesia or in the country. And the reason why does it has to be made or implemented in Indonesia is because we need to control the overpopulation situation. As we know that Indonesia is the fourth with the most populated people in the country, and it's the most crowded people in the country. We know that why is man is the key of the success, because the family planning program in men is considered abandoned in very long time. The first is like the proven and evidence of the situation is that the woman is considered to take drugs and medication, and the program to be more focused, and the men seems to get neglected or ignored. As we know, there are still a lot of variable in Indonesia in the mechanism or in the equality gender. There is still a lot of inequality of gender in Indonesia, which is why men is considered to be dominant or superior in Indonesia than the woman or the girl, because the man is considered to be taking the responsibility of to search for the money and stuff, and the men also take the bigger consideration of the biological needs for themselves. So men are the key of the point success of the planning program in Indonesia. The mechanism is we would like to prevent the population by focusing on men and not just women. This is why we would like to consider our arguments in the first that the men, on focusing the men is as the key of the success of the family. It will stabilize the equality gender and not just superior to the woman and neglecting the man. The first example is we can take to be more giving more socialized and educated men to know that this family planning program is important, and it will also affect themselves like in economic field or in more and the others. The mechanism of the success of the family program in Indonesia considered to take the actors, not only the wife but also the husband, to know that the main point of getting to have children is considered to be taken by both sides, and which is why they needed to think more when they want to have children, and not just thinking about it carelessly. Like they have to making plan about to the doctor about how long they have to do the fertility program, or what should they consider to take medicine and drugs for, and also how to generally plan on giving the more changes for and the changes or frequencies of how they should work in the family planning program. So the woman itself is important, but like the man is considered to be ignored. We can see the example of like they're carelessly just planning on have children without thinking about it in the men's side. The woman considered to have to think about it more. The woman think drink pill and the other, and the man itself is not probably the reason why the man itself it's not really taking it into consideration, because they are busy with work and the others, while women considered to as the wife of the house, they have to take care of their children, they have to taking care of the house, and that's why they are more concerned about it more than men, which is why this is important that we have to educate men and taking more attention to the men, to also taking consent together about this situation in Indonesia. as we know that if the men are concerned, there are also benefits that we can get by successing the family program in Indonesia. The men will also taking their time not to only focus on their job or whatever, but they also taking the consideration about their family, about how they should planning on grow like and taking care of the children, and how many and the burden of their wife that will be given. So the man is the key of the success of the family program, because the man is considered also as the head of the family, and the head of family considered to take all of the decision for the family. And it's also the decision includes how many children they want to, and how would they like economically fund it together. And the woman is considered to follow the men's rules, and that's why in Indonesia a man is considered to be the one who's taking the lead. The more arguments will be taken care of the second time. Thank you. Second speaker.
The first speaker of the first speaker of government side spent 7 minutes 2 seconds. I call the first speaker of opposition side to Mr. Abdul Fattah Naufal. Time is yours.
Okay. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Adjudicator. Good morning, the Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, the Honorable Timekeeper. Before we start our motion, I would like to introduce my team first. We are from Samba State Polytechnic. I am Abdul Fattah Naufal as the first speaker, and Arya Fernando as the second speaker, and Ahmad Khayruddin Mazuki as the third speaker. Okay, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want to deny the first speaker of government side that say from our motion that the men are the key of the success of family planning program in Indonesia. I do not agree with that, because in family planning program, we call more like a biological side, because in the family, who will get pregnant, men or woman? Of course, woman. Woman will take the risk most than men. So woman should be the key of the success of a family program. Then the fact is the family planning program is more into the woman, because the KB keluarga bencana is more efficient for women than men. And the level of the failure of the family planning program is low for women to take the keluarga bencana. And ladies and gentlemen, men are not the key of the successful planning program. For example, this is evident from the large number of women participating in the family planning program, such as pills, implants, and IUD or spiral. Meanwhile, male-only contraceptive, such as condoms and vasectomy, are still in low demand, which is only 1.5% of the total family planning participant. Without family planning from the male side, Indonesia has also been successful. No thanks. Successful with the family planning program carried by women. There is a lot of success in family planning program that women and even men do only a few percent. From Sukarno government, family planning program has been done by women, and family planning program is run smoothly. BKKBN makes good use of the social infrastructure in an effort to succeed the family planning program. One important approach to promote family planning is the establishment of village family planning helper, or PPBKD, and sub-PPBKD. If in 1974 or 1975 recorded 11,937 PPKB and 2,200 KB association, then in 1983 and 1984 has grown to ppb KD and approximately 123,000 KB paguyuban. At the end of Pelita 3, as much as about 70% of all contraceptive pills and condom were distributed through PPKBD and sub PPKBD. John Ross and his friend, Family Planning and Child Survival, in their book 100 Developing Countries New York in 1988, highly praised Indonesia in this regard. Indonesia is the most advanced country in its contraceptive sharing approach, ahead of Sri Lanka, Thailand, South Korea, and Taiwan. Through this approach, contraceptive coverage continues to increase, where social and administrative pressure are needed to increase the scope of his alludable to by Donald Warwick in the aforementioned essay. Not only that, without birth control for men, family planning program are also successful. Moreover, family planning program have been very successful in providing women in developing countries with with access to contraceptive services and helping them to achieve the desired family size. Family planning program has been highly successful in providing women in developing countries with access to contraceptive services and helping them to achieve desired family size. Ladies and gentlemen, this program also yield other benefits, notably improvement in women's and children's health. Although host country provide about 75% of family planning funds, financial and technical assistance from donor nations, especially in the United States, has been crucial to the success of family planning program and remain important for future efforts. And so, for the last, we from the opposition side would believe that will not believe that men are the key to success for family planning program in Indonesia. Thank you.
The first speaker from opposition side spent 5 minutes and 43 seconds. I call the second speaker of government side, Mrs. Nurul Inayah. Time is yours.
First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So before I'm going to deliver my argument, I would like to give some rebuttal to the first speaker of the opposite side. The first opposite side has been mentioned that why does the men are the key of the success of family planning? It's not right. They disagree over that because they think that the woman role on a reproductive is higher or major than the man. But if we back to the motion itself, men are the key of the successful of family planning. We're not talking about the biological things or the reproductive system over this, but we're talking about the family planning. So by the data, we have known that actually BKKBN or the family planning from Indonesia actually has been set the plan of the equal gender for the family planning itself, which women and men to make it both sides it's fully understand about the family planning itself. That is why from the government side itself, they want to make it equal between men and women. But in this case, we know that actually women are easier to understand what is the objective of family planning itself. But in another hand, we found that men actually haven't been really understood about the objective of family planning. That is why we want to make the next of the family planning to be more focused on the man, because we want to make the men being more aware about the family planning. So it's not about the role in each side of reproductive, because if we know that both sides are having their own role between in men and also women. So it's not like a woman is higher or man is higher, because both sides has their own role. Like you couldn't have a child without man, and you couldn't have a child without the woman, because it's both are equal. But in this side, we wanna
Please.
make it. Yeah, please. But I guess
Okay.
in the chat box, it's POI is banned. Is it?
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so I will continue. So in this side, it's not about who's going to have a majority of role in the reproductive system, but the goals of the family planning. That is why we want to be more focused on men, because based on the data, the using of the men who use the contraception, it's still low than other the country, and that is why one of the reason our family planning Indonesia in some places hasn't been really meet the goals of the family planning itself. In another side, we found that in some case there's some women that actually having contraindication between the contraception. So both sides between men and women have to try the contraception. So it's not only a woman who's using the contraception, but also the man by using kind of like vasectomy and etc. But we found that data that the men actually hasn't been using that contraception. That is why we wanna being focused on making the family planning for in focus for the men. And besides that, we know that also men also in another side, if we can utilizing the man as the key of the family planning, we could get the further or long-term effect of this, because we know that man is the head of a family. So by this side, they can lead their family in a more long-term planning, like how many children that they will have, because by that they will can utilizing or meeting the goals of the successful of the family planning itself. Maybe that is all from me. Thank you, and back to the chair.
The second speaker of government spent 4 minutes 30 seconds. I call the second speaker of opposition side, Mr. Arya Fernando. Time is yours.
Okay, thanks. I as the second speaker of negative team totally disagree with arguments from affirmative team and rejected this motion that men are the key to the success of KB or family planning in Indonesia.
Please continue. For Mr. Arya Fernando, your sound is not audible.
Okay, we can next. Okay, thanks. Okay, I ask the second speaker of negative team totally disagree with argument from affirmative team and rejected this motion that Men are the key to the success of KB in Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, according to animus.com, in general, the target of the family planning program is a couple of childbearing age. Although, in general, the main target is women, but the actual birth control program is also expected to be followed by men. Until now, the number of participation of men is still low. Ladies and gentlemen, so until now, men are not the key to the success of KB in Indonesia. Indonesia managed to reduce the birth rate to only 2.3 births from 100 million births in 19. No thanks. 100 million births in 19 and 17 and 70 by Berita Satu. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of the family planning program is in controlling the birth rate in Indonesia for more than 3 decades is inseparable from the target group's perception of the small, happy and the prosperous family norm. Since 2004, after the decentralization policy in Indonesia, the implementation of family planning programs has been left to each region, so that it is often not a regional priority. Ladies and gentlemen, it is feared that this will reduce the understanding and awareness of low parity young PUS and also men of the family planning program. A quality small family is one of the capitals to be able to carry out development in all fields at a cost that is not large, to be able to produce development in accordance with the direction of government policy. However, this is not possible if population growth is not controlled, so that there is a gap between demand for needs and the availability if population growth is not controlled, so that there is a gap between demands for needs and the availability of existing facilities and infrastructure to meet these needs. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of the current family planning program will have no meaning if the program cannot run continuously. The population growth in balance is one of the efforts that must be made to improve the quality of human resource and the quality of nature. The role of the central government to the regional government is needed to promote and succeed the family planning and family welfare development or KBKS program by optimizing the available resources. Ladies and gentlemen, information technology is the process of developing techniques, methods, and communication media for exchanging information between people. Actually, this information technology refers to a strong order of implementation of the knowledge acquired and developed by humans. This arrangement has reached a point where there is an acknowledgement that the result of scientific development have been recognized by the community in helping to facilitate people's life. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, information technology has penetrated in all dimensions of people's lives. This is reinforced by the integration process between various people's lives with technology and between applied technology and other technologies. Besides that, there has also been an enrichment of technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to enabling communication without the boundaries of space and time, interactive technology or IT can also be used to include interactive learning. Learning this way is rich in media, rich in information, and rich in communication by using interactive technology. Humans can learn from material developed in multimedia format. With interactive IT-based counseling, learning becomes more interesting and more successful because it is enriched with sounds, image, moving image, and the level of interactive with media. No thanks. Okay. In line with this problem, the urgency of this research activity is effort to reduce and control the rate of population growth are efforts that must be carried out by all parties. The family planning program is a program aimed at low priority young PUS to create small happy families. Ladies and gentlemen, this house not believe men are the key to the success of KB Indonesia. That is why my explanation as the second speaker is clear. That family planning is not from of men only, but of the woman also with a percentage of 50-50. Once again, I'm emphasize that I as second speaker strongly disagree with the motion this time that the man is the key to the success of family planning in Indonesia. This is relevant to the evidence I have provided, namely evidence with the sources. Thank you.
The second speaker of opposition spent 7
for help if she asks for it and is medically suitable for contraception. For example, the doctor must be within the parameter of his weight and blood pressure to take the combination pill without the possibility of undue blood clots and other potential risks. It is contradictory to give doctors the right to judge the best interest of their patients, but at the same time prevent them from acting in their professional capacity as a doctor. Lastly, well, it is nearly impossible to completely prevent underage sex, as the rising teen pregnancy rates in the US or the United States, UK, United Kingdom, and across Europe have shown it is possible to encourage self-sex. Sex education programs that teach abstinence appear to readily handle sexual activity or prevent teenage pregnancy and sexually transmitted infection. However, a study examining the effects of giving contraceptives in schools found that there was no increase in sexual activity. If this principle were extended to include the different types of contraception available by prescription, it might help reduce the high teen pregnancy rate. For example, the prescription pill has a higher efficiency than condoms, which are often available in schools or clinics but are used routinely, not efficient. Devices like the IUD also eliminate the problem of girls forgetting to take their pills on time, allowing underage girls to be able to talk to a doctor and receive the form of contraception that work best for them, while actively addressing the increasing teen pregnancy rate. Once again, I emphasize that we as the affirmative team strongly agree with the motion that the doctor should be allowed to prescribe contraception under the age of girl. That's all that I can say. Thank you.
Okay, so the first speaker of government team spent 7 minutes and 18 seconds. In case of negative, I call upon the first speaker of the negative team, Nazal Amin Firdaus. Time is.
Excuse me, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1, go. Panels. I don't think so that you can credit all argumentations from the government team, because first, they never explained you what actually the interest of these undergirls' interest. Because why? We believe that those girls in underage doesn't have interest to doing or having sex. Because why? We believe that in that age, their main interest is how they can focus on the school, how they can study properly, and so on and so forth. You have to take notice that in psychology theory, that people who still in underage cannot focus if they're already obsessed on a sexual activity things. So we don't think so we can agree with these motions, because if we allow doctor to prescribe to the contraceptions for underage girls, it means that we open the access toward these underage girls to access the contraception things, meaning that we giving justifications toward these girls underage to having sex because we why it's unjustifiable in our side as oppositions to allow girls in underage to having sex, because we believe that in current situations we will bring that first they people who already obsessed on sexual things are having that much big sexual desires, because they already know in the very first place in their very like and underage, meaning that they're very hard to focusing in their school. Second, we don't think so that it's justifiable and justifiable for those underage girls to like having or doing sexual activities as the adult one do. Because why? Because we believe that first they have not yet building like relations formally, for example marriage and so on and so forth. So that we don't think so as moral justifications it's unjustifiable for us to like giving justification for underage girls to having sex or doing sexual activities with their like informal partner, in this case with their boyfriends or girlfriends and so on and so forth. Because of that, let's move into final substantive. First, about the characterizations about underage girls, because the government team at very first place didn't explain to you what is the actually girls in underage that they are mean as a government team. In our side, we believe that first, in underage means that they are still in under age of 18 years old. Second, they are still in a school time. Second, they have unstable mentally and also physically and also financially. So we don't think so that it's justifiable for them to like already doing the sexual activities or having sex to with their partners. Thirdly, we believe that they are not yet they are not yet can make rational calculations for their decisions, because we believe that by having sex or choosing your partner or couple means that you have to make rational calculating. And comparatively, we believe that girls in underage, they cannot actually calculating which partner that can I do having sex and so on and so forth. So it's unjustifiable for us as a doctor to open access for them as a girl in underage, like allowing them to doing sexual activities and so on and so forth. That's first argumentations. Second argumentations that we want to also rebattling their point about by contraception things, it can prevent the sexual disease transmissions, for example HIV and also AIDS. Ladies and gentlemen, don't credit these argumentations. Why? Because it's unexclusive. Why? Because allowing underage girls to having sex by contraceptions is not the solutions. Why? Because there are other solutions. For example, not allowing at all them to having sex. That's the most good approachable for us to like stopping the transmissions of sexual disease and so on and so forth. Secondly, even if you are already using the contraception things in, if you are doing like sexual activities and so on and so forth, HIV and AIDS already can be transmitted. Because why? Because we believe that they are still in underage, meaning that they are unrational, they are less educated. Because why? Because by using contraception things doesn't mean that you are prevented fully from this HIV/AIDS transmissions and so on and so forth. So the most important things that we have to like make our society or our girls in our age more educatable, so they can prevent to not doing having sexual at all if they are still underage. The third and the last argumentations, even if the government team in this debate trying to explain to you that this is the form of how there as government team to educate
POI, please.
society. No, thank you. it's the form of how they educate our society about the sexual educations. But we believe that it's not the very good and proper approach from the government team to make sexual education for our society. Because why? Because there are another alternative. For example, in school, in the family institutions, and so on and so forth. That's the great institutions for you to educate your girls, to educate your family, to educate your students, to not having sex or doing sexual activities and so on and so forth. Because first, we don't think so that it's not your interest and you don't need to doing sexual activities and so on and so forth. So we believe that there are another your obligation, for example, school, to increasing your capability, to increasing your knowledge, and so on and so forth, ladies and gentlemen. So all the argumentation from government team doesn't exist at all, because we succeed to prove on how all the argumentation from government team is invalid and also unrational. Even if at the end of the day, these girls having sexual based on the consent, but we believe that the consent of this girl in underage is unrational. It's tend to be manipulated because they are still in underage, ladies and gentlemen. That's the notes that you have to take notes. So that's the reasons of how oppositions win at very first place in first speaker. Thank you.
Okay, the first speaker of the negative team spent 7 minutes and 24 seconds. I call upon the second speaker of the affirmative team, Vina Ananda. Time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, especially to honorable educator, honorable chairperson, honorable timekeeper, our opposition team, and member in this room. I'm the second speaker from government team. I strongly agree with this motion that doctors should allow prescribed contraception for underage girls. I do not agree with this opinion of the first speaker.
Recording in progress.
First speaker from negative team who said the choice of contraception not to prescribe contraception. The result of 2017 Indonesian demographic and health survey, especially those related to adolescent reproduction health, show that dating behavior in entry point for risky behavior practice that make adults vulnerable to pregnancy at early age. Pregnancy out of wedlock, unwanted pregnancy, and infection, sexually transmission disease to unsafe abortion. The survey show that the majority of teenager girl and teenager boy were in relationship. For 45% of girls and 44% of boys start dating at age 55 and 17 age. Most of the girl and boy admitted that when they were dating, they held hands, hugging and kissing lips and touching her body. Also, 99% of women and 98% of men think virginity needs to be maintained. There are 8% of men and 2% of women who report having sexual relation. For reasons including 47% love each other, 30% are serious, and 16% happen just like that. 3% is because they are considered and influenced by friends. Among women and men who had premarital sex, 59% of women and 74% of men reported having first sexual intercourse underage. Among women and men, 12% of unwanted pregnancies were reported by women and 7% were reported by men who had partnered with unwanted pregnancy. 23% of women and 19% of men knew a friend they had an abortion. 1% of them influenced a friend or someone to have abortion. For example, Dua Garis Biru film in 2019 Indonesian drama film. This film raised the theme of teenage pregnancy and early age to marriage. is a portrait of the challenge in reporting your resilience and your development and start in the 2017 result, experience early marriage and unwanted pregnancy, and infection with sexually transmitted diseases to unsafe abortion. We can see from the data above the rates for early pregnancy is very high, especially if you don't use contraception. Pregnancy can even occur.
Why?
Sorry, I cannot hear your voice.
POI.
No, thanks. It is also recommended to use the tool to reduce the closeness of pregnancy interval and also to suppress increase in human population in the world. Therefore, family planning was hard and at of the total birth rates recorded at the 3%. Recent record report the total birth rate in Indonesia has been successfully reduced from 2.6 children from women and children per woman in 2017. This decline trend is aligned with the number of used contraception. However, although the total number of births are declared to be declining, the KBBN admits that the figure has not yet reached the target of the strategic plan, and which aims to reduce the TFR to 2.28 children per woman. This is why the doctor should allow the prescribed contraception for underage girls. Therefore, I strongly agree with motion today. The doctor should allow the prescribed contraception for undergirl. It is more effective to suppress early pregnancy and also suppress the human population in this world. With this family planning program, is the even better, so that population can be suppressed, so that our earth is not too crowded with the one-of-three contraception is actually very helpful to prevent early pregnancy. And also, preventing young people from having abortion is very cruel thing to kill their own children. Is it worthy of being killed of human being? As we know that humans are socially creatures and tend to do dominantly good things. With the existence of the contraception, it's very useful and effective to prevent future killings, because this is a very appropriate way to suppress and prevent the murder of his own child. Moreover, if there is interpretation from doctor, it will increase confidence with a higher level of accuracy with the right advice and perception. That's all from me, and I repeat, I strongly agree with this motion that doctors should allow to prescribe contraception for undergirl. That is the most appropriate way. The government is also promoting it with family planning program, and I emphasize that is the approach why I strongly believe in my argument with fact and the data in the fact and have start how big the role of this contraception is. And the first speaker of negative team said the first speaker of opposite team said they not only focusing on their school. We believe that we are need to find their happiness under it. The years mentally stable and physical stable. There already can research that using contraception for the STD really highly helps to protect and prevent from the disease. They has a right to choose what they want and they choose to do. Because of that, that's all for me, and I repeat, I strongly agree with this motion that doctor should allow to prescribe contraception for undergirl. Thank you.
Okay, the second speaker of the affirmative team spent 7 minutes and 12 seconds. I call upon the second speaker of the negative team, Alberto. The time is yours.
Test. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, wait. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Judges, we don't really understand what the government of the House really want in this debate, because we think that their whole idea is about preventing sexual transmission disease, HIV, AIDS, etc., etc. We don't necessarily think that they are being engaging to what Nasser has already explained, because Nasser has already clearly explained to you that having sex for these underage girls is not necessarily the main primary goal of these underage girls to begin with. Nasser has already explained to you that their goal, for example, is to study and so on and so forth. Like, we don't necessarily get the idea why government of the house want to promote free sex under the house by allowing like prescription of
has
Recording
been
in
successful in Women
progress.
and Children House, as the we know also that men needs to be, that's why men needs to be focused in the family planning, because utilizing men as the key is the long-term planning, because ultimating all the potential and changing like in maximizing, by example, vasectomy, contraception, and other will bring more higher success probability for the purpose of the motion. We also believe that men participation is taking consideration, because as we know that men still has lower contribution in the family planning program. That is why as the government side of the house bring this motion to focus on the men, and also we strongly agree that the men should be, it's not just about the equality. We're talking about the best way to maximizing this family planning program by giving the most changes and all the possibility that we can bring, and this matter, it will be men as the key of this key success, because women already been taking consideration. It's already been there are a lot of methods for women, there are a lot of socialization education for women in the family planning program, but in the men we're still need a lot of socialization. We need to more taking men as the head, and also family decision to taking consideration on this matter. So we strongly agree with this motion that man is the key of the success for the family planning program in Indonesia. And as we know that family program in Indonesia will be the best for us all. Thank you very much.
The reply speaker of government spent 4 minutes 5 seconds. That was end of this debate. Please give applause to all debaters on this round. And now, please all debaters leave this room and go to the room 3 and let adjudicators discuss and make up their decision. Please all debaters to leave this room and go to the room 3 and let adjudicators discuss and make up their decision. Is that clear enough?
Prevent
Recording
those
in
STDs
progress.
by keeping your health, by not doing free sex with everyone and so on and so forth. You don't necessarily think that it is exclusive to only contraception. But second issue, why then it is going to be dangerous under the rest of the house? First layer, I'm going to talk to you about why under the rest of the house they're going to promote free sex. I think that right now in the current status quo, there is a lot of exposure, right, when it comes to sexual relationship. Like example, movies that promote sex and so on and so forth, like porn, for example, is publicly accessible for everyone, right? But we think that it is going to be really harmful under the rest of the house, because they will think that they can have free sex and not get pregnant because there will be like contraception to prevent pregnancy in the rest of the house. It is going to be harmful because they are going to promote free sex. Comparatively, in out of the house, at least they are going to still be afraid to have sex, for example, because they will afraid of the risk, for example, to get pregnant and so on and so forth. But number two, we think that it is still going to be harmful towards children, especially underage girls under the rest of the house, because these underage girls, like this is the age where underage girls, where their hormones are still ongoing, right? Because we think that their hormones are still like basically their hormone is still going. It is going to be harmful on the rest of the house because there are types of contraception that mess with your hormones, for example. We think that it will also be harmful because there are also contraception that mess with your health in the rest of the house. So we do not necessarily we think that it's really dangerous to allow contraception, especially to those underage girls, right? But number 3, it is likely to toxic relationship is more likely to happen under the house because we have to admit right now that there are children like dating, for example. But at least we think that under outside the house they're only dating. They do not dare to do free sex and so on and so forth because there are risks like pregnancy and etc. But now under the rest of the house they are incentivized to do free sex because there are no contraception that prevent pregnancy. This leads to toxic relationship where now the guy is likely to ask the girl every time to have sex because there is no risk of pregnancy, especially due to the fact that their hormones is basically going to the top. But this is harmful on the rest of the house because now the girl will have no option to actually reject sex, for example, because the guy will have the bargaining power to always ask for sex. But notice that there are also cases where youngsters dare to do sex and so far take someone's virginity and then run away and do not want to take responsibility. This is harmful on the rest of the house because now these cases are more likely to happen because now they can do like free sex and then take the girls like virginity and then run away. It is undermining girls because this makes people think that underage girls can be used as a tool to, for example, to pleasure your own sexual desire, and then you can abandon them due to the fact that the contraception is easily accessible and you have already fulfilled your own sexual desire, right? But number 3, we think that it will more likely to happen where society backlash is more likely to happen under the rest of the house due to the fact that characterization of society where they are more likely to be conservative, protective toward minors, etc. What will happen in the rest of the house? Number 1, people will oppose it. Number 2, people are likely to do backlash, for example, to the government. It's due to the fact that the nature of society that tends to be conservative in terms of sexual relationship, especially when it comes to underage girls. Impacts, number 1, riot, number 2, chaos, and so on and so forth. It will only be harmful. So proud to oppose.
The second speaker of the negative team spent 7 minutes and 24 seconds. I call upon the third speaker of the affirmative team, Marhapida Robani. Time is yours.
Okay, I will talk in 3, 2, 1. We really emphasize that doctors should be allowed to prescribe the contraception under the age girl because there are many detrimental things that will happen if doctors don't prescribe contraceptives for under girls. Okay, the opposite team always say that it will be better if we just do not allow the underage girl to not to do sex, right? But I'm asking for POI to asking how can they prove that if we do not allow the underage girl not to do sex, can they prove that they will not do that things? Instead of not allowing them to do sex, it'll be better if we just allow the doctor to prescribe the contraception to the underage girl. Okay. Now, but before that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Marhapida Robani, and I'm the third speaker of the affirmative team, and I will provide the data that can prove our argument. Okay. Okay. Talking about contraception, my first speaker of my team said that the contraception is a method or tool to prevent the pregnancy. Now, I will provide the data that can prove our argument for this motion. If doctors do not give contraception to underage girl, then the pregnancy rate will increase, ladies and gentlemen. WHO data in 2014 globally stated that around 16 million girls in the world aged between 15 to 19 years and about 1 million girls under the age of 15 years of giving birth every year, ladies and gentlemen. Every year, about 3 million children, women aged 50 to 16 who have had unsafe abortion, ladies and gentlemen. Babies born from adult adolescent mothers are at risk of death who are much taller than those born from women aged 20 to 24 years, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, we really emphasize that the doctor should be allowed to prescribe contraception under the age girl, because based on data that we also collect, Indonesian Health Demographic Survey found that pregnancy rates adults can age 15 to 16 reach 48 out of 1,000 pregnancy. In addition, the Center of Excellence Survey in Tragic integrated maternal and infant health services quoted by the Population and Family Agency National Planning estimates that every year there are about 2.1 to 2.4 million women have abortions, ladies and gentlemen. We really emphasize that doctors should be allowed to prescribe the contraception under the age girl because of this thing. If we do not allow the doctor to prescribe the contraception to that underage girl, these things will happen. Even more, even the bigger thing will be happening. Doctors should be allowed to prescribe contraception under the age girl because teenager pregnancy is a serious problem that can affect life of a teenager, ladies and gentlemen. In addition to affecting the mother, pregnancy in adolescence can also affect baby born to mother who are pregnant still a teenager. According to BKKBN, there are some medical reasons for delaying age first marriage and first pregnancy for a wife who is not yet 20 years old. I.E. condition of the uterus and pelvis has not developed optimally so that it can lead to risk morbidity and mortality during childbirth. Postpartum and the baby and the possible medical risk. High risk of teenager pregnancy experiences by the mother include miscarriage, bleeding, infection, anemia, pregnancy poisoning, which causes labor, lung, and heart. Risk to the baby include premature, low birth weight, birth defect, infant mortality rate. Okay, this is why we really emphasize that doctors should be allowed to prescribe contraception under the age girl, ladies and gentlemen. Our team also provides solution to strengthen our argument today. The solution is that parent and doctor should have informed about contraception so that they can reduce the pregnancy rate for underage girls. Once again, I really emphasize that the doctor should be allowed to prescribe contraception under the age girl. We're very proud to propose. Amar Happy Darabani, thank you.
Okay, the third speaker of the affirmative team spent 6 minutes and 32 seconds. I call upon the third speaker of the negative team, Yudi. Time is yours.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, there are 5 reasons why government should hold ECB. Firstly, they never explain to you whether or not these children having a tendency to doing a sexual activity like Nadal said. Since Nadal already told you before, these girls are not having a tendency to doing a sexual activity, ladies and gentlemen. But second of all, they never explain to you what is the problem in status quo. Since the first speaker until last speaker never explain to you what is the problem in status quo and why this kind of problems would like to be a significant discussion towards the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, but first of all, they never explain to you what is the process on why this kind of doctor will give the contraceptions towards this kind of girls. Ladies and gentlemen, no process on what is the process on why doctor give this kind of contraception itself. But they never respond our case. Instead of giving the contraception section, why education is more important rather than their case. Ladies and gentlemen, since Nadal and Beto always say to you on how education is more important things to teach this kind of girl, they never explain to you why it teach them to not doing having sex, for example, it's not necessarily important to begin with. But 5 ladies and gentlemen, we say that no matter how much data you bring in this debate, if you are not doing elaboration with your case, with the topic of this kind of debate, we say your data is not significant anyway. So here's the 5 reasons why government should hold in this debate. So 2 classes of this debate. First is about the justification. Second is about the impact. First is justification. Firstly, government say that sexual activity is a form of happiness itself. 3 responses. First, they never explain to you why girls having a tendency to doing a sexual activity. And second, also they never explain to you why, like we to say, why there is an alternative for you to make it a happiness inside of the house, ladies and gentlemen. But second of all, if you are saying about the happiness, for example, to doing sexual activity, we say this kind of children are not having an irrational decisions to making this kind of happiness. For example, we say sometimes these kind of children are forcing to be like doing a sexual activities to begin with. It's proven to you on how this child are not having irrational decisions to doing and to making this happiness, for example. But first of all, even if they're under that side there's a happiness, we say under our side is also happiness. What does it mean? Like Beto say, there is an alternative for you in status quo. For example, you may play with your friends, play with your mom, for example, father, and so on and so forth. For example, this is the form of happiness for you. Maybe, for example, you can you can increase your potency, for example, making a YouTuber and so on and so forth. This is proof to you on how in status quo there is an alternative for you instead of you just having happiness to do a sexual activity, for example. But moving to the second classes about the impact itself, ladies and gentlemen, government say that these kind of things are the form of to control the sexual orientations that coming from the society, for example. 3 responses. First, they never explain to you what kind of harms of this kind of sexual orientation, for example. Since the first speaker and the last speaker, they never explain to you what is the harm of this kind of things, for example. But second of all, if you want to control these kind of things, Nadal and Beto already say to you on how there is an alternative, such as teach them, educate these kind of children, for example. What kind of education? My extension is first is try to teach them on how they will being a good person in society, for example, on how you can teach this kind of girls in a school, for example, in your home, for example, to not doing sexual activity. This is good, right? Instead of you just give them a condom, for example, to having a sex without teach this kind of girls education itself. This is good in our side because why? We teach them on how the sexual activity in a girl is the things that immoral for you to do this kind of thing. This kind of under our side, we can teach them on how when you are making a sexual activity, there's a tendency of you to gaining the many disadvantages for you. Instead of government, they just give them this kind of condom, for example, and not giving the education itself. This is the reason why education in our side is more important than in the side of the house, ladies and gentlemen. But look, what our opposition bring in this debate? We say that second of all, they say that this kind of thing would like to preventing the HIV, for example, and so on and so forth. Three responses. First is they never explain to you why HIV is going to be harmed to begin with. But second of all, we say if you want to like preventing this kind of case, we say that this kind of things is already by the opposition. Why? Because in our side, we give them education. We teach them on how the sexual activity is a wrong activity. On how we teach them this kind of things. But if you are doing a sexual activity, you will make, for example, sometimes you will getting HIV, for example. This is good in our side because at least in our side we don't let these kind of children to doing a sexual activity to begin with. Comparing governments, they let these kind of children to doing a sexual activity, ladies and gentlemen. Look what option bring in this debate. First, Nada already told me before on how you directly give them the chance to do the sexual activity like Beto and Nadal say. My extension, maybe in government set of the house, maybe this girl will say, yeah, it's okay for us to do a sexual activity since we use the condom, for example. So this is the narrative that wrong, right? Because actually the sexual activity for girls is not something that is accessible for girls to begin with. In our side, we make this girl afraid to create the sexual activity. This is the things that never responds by the government team. But second of all, we say that these kind of things would lead to the toxic relationship. In our side, we want to encourage this kind of girls. Yeah, it's okay for you to having a boyfriend since you are not making a sexual activity. In governments, yeah, maybe for example, they let these kind of children to having a boyfriend, for example, and then they encourage people to doing a sexual activity, for example. So this is the reason why opposition should win in this debate. So thank you.
Okay, so the third speaker of the negative team spent 7 minutes and 19 seconds. Okay, I call upon the reply speaker of the negative team. Sorry. I'm sorry. I call upon the reply speaker of the negative team, Alberto. Time is yours.
Am I audible? Okay. Sorry, my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think that government's case from first until third speaker is all only about data from Google, from WHO, and etc. Right? But I don't necessarily think that you should give them the debate just because they have a lot of significant amount of data like pregnancy and so on and so forth. Because we don't necessarily think that debate is about comparing data. Debate is about which team have like a more compelling logic, for example, a more compelling argumentation, and so on and so forth. So if you give the winning to government side, then congratulations, you give the winning to the team that only take a look at Google, WHO data, and so on and so forth, and not by logic argumentation, right? So I think that there are 3 metrics that you can use to judge this debate. Firstly is the interest of the underage girls. Second is the harm. Third is the impact of the government case, right? So first, the interest of the children themselves. Government came to us and explained to us like as if the interest of these children to begin with, underage girls to begin with, is only to have free sex, to have sex, for example, with their boyfriends and so forth. We think that this is a really extreme characterization because we don't necessarily think that it is their whole kind of like interest to begin with, especially since they are underage girls. But second of all, we explained it like the purpose of sex, for example, is to reproduce, to make children, etc. You don't necessarily get the idea why then underage children who have not developed fully yet in their physics or hormones, etc., would have the incentive to always have sex, for example, to reproduce. But third of all, we already explained to you that the interest of this underage girl, for example, is not to have sex, but to, for example, to have their education, like to have find their own happiness in other way, like competing in a competition, getting good grades, getting high, yeah, basically getting education and all other things. So in terms of interest, we think that we already elaborate to you more on the logical explanation on what actually is the interest of these underage girls to begin with. Meanwhile, on the rest of the house, they just provide us the claim that, yeah, it is important to prevent those kind of things like STDs, etc. But number 4, like we don't necessarily think that contraception necessarily prevent any kind of STDs, because contraception is about preventing pregnancy, not about STDs, HIV, etc. Because you can still do free sex, etc. Not getting pregnant, but you can still get STDs at the end of the day. We don't necessarily get the idea why they bring this up. But second of all, the harms. Number 1, we explain to you about how they're going to trade off their education. Number 2, we explain to you about how they're going to, for example, promote free sex under the house because of how these things are easily accessible. While under our of the house, we explain to you that there is a fear from them where they are afraid of getting pregnant, so they will not do free sex at the end of the day. Number 3, we also explain to you about how this harms children, especially there are contraception that mess with your hormones. Number 4, we explain to you there are things like toxic relationship and how it undermines women, for example, about how this boyfriend will only think that these underage girls are only a tool to place as a tool to as a form to fulfill their own sexual desire and pleasure, for example. They do not rebut this idea at all. We don't get to, so this idea still stand. They need to re-engage this idea. But lastly, we explain to you about the impact, about how, for example, a lot of people will oppose it, but how a lot of people will backlash the government, about how, for example, there will be a lot of riots, chaos, etc., due to the fact that society in current status quo that tend to be more conservative and tend to be protective, especially towards underage girls and so on and so forth. So for all of these reasons, we're so proud to oppose.
The reply speaker of the negative team spent 4 minutes and 20 seconds. I call upon the reply speaker of the affirmative team, Imam Biliansyah. The time is yours. Sorry, I can't hear you. No. No.
Is it audible?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I asked the reply speaker from the affirmative team. Sorry, is it audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, and 1. I, as the reply speaker from the affirmative team, absolutely agree with this motion today that the doctor should be allowed to prescribe contraception under age goals. Okay, the first one, we heard that the first speaker from the opposition team said that under goals is the underage goal only focusing with their school. And we don't, how do you know that they're only focusing with their school? We take an example with the nearest or the short in our environmental that many people out there only focusing with their school or studies when they are only going to the school, right? And then after that, they usually doesn't giving about, they usually don't give a thing about their school or studies. And the second one, the first speaker from the affirmative team also said that the contraception, like maybe family planning pills or the condom, is not fully protected the sexual transmitted disease like HIV or AIDS. But there's already research from the Indonesian Demographic and Healthy Survey that using contraception is up to 95% prevent and protection you are from having the HIV or AIDS and many sexual transmitted disease. So And you need to remember that the motion is about when the underage girls going to a doctor, or they are going to meet the doctor for prescribed contraception. Sorry, the doctor should or let the underage girl having their prescribed. And then the third one is everyone has a right to do and choose what they want and to do what with their body. Okay, next one is not every girls like to, like already say, that watching dramas or Netflix, etc. Do you think that everyone, especially the underage girl, is having a money to do that? Okay, we emphasize that if doctor do not allow the patient, I mean with the underage girls to get the prescribed, then what will they do? We also heard that the second speaker of the opposition team that usually the underage girl having the toxic relationship, and it usually tend to lead them to a sexual abuse. Okay, what if their boyfriend force them to do or having sex with them, and they are scared that the sperm is going to be baby after maybe like 2 weeks or 3 weeks and many other. How can you say that the doctor should not allow to let the underage girls to having their prescription for the contraception? Okay, maybe that's all that I can say. So we from the affirmative team absolutely agree with the motion today that the doctor should be allowed to prescribe contraception underage girl, and our argument for today is stronger than the opposition team. Okay, that's all that I can say. Thank you.
The reply speaker of the affirmative team spent 3 minutes 45 seconds. So that was the end of this debate. Please give some applause of all debaters in this room. Okay, so now I present the time for the adjudicators to give their comments. To Mrs. Narti Prihartini, the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. And I really enjoy this debate because it's really have the outstanding strength from both of the team. One of you give all your definition and all your argument and bring all the strength to this competition, while the debate is belong to the logical side and then comes from the data and statistics side. So based on this condition, you need to gain more exactly for the fact. We need to understand the real fact that can be up to this debate. And after that, from all of you, from all the both of them, they I will give some warning about time, because the time is because it's really outstanding and it's really fascinating. I think that all of you really into this debate, so you are deliver your arguments in a very high spirit, maybe because some of you is over time. So for the next time, you need to learn more about the time, to split the time very wise, because the duration is need to be filled in time. Is better in time. So I think this debate is very great, and this is a great experience for all of you. That's all I can say. Thank you. Maybe the other educators to give the.
Okay, so next the educators to give their comments to Mr. Andi Imam Arundana. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the time. What I can say is interesting topic was discussed by interesting teams. So I'm so glad to hear this debate. But some notes for both teams, if you are willing to hear. For the team 16, the swing team, I like the way the teams organize the ideas. I mean, every time the speaker want to talk, they explain about the structure of the speech will be delivered. So that's a good points, and they deliver very clear points. Every single ideas they delivered very clear, and also they give rebuttal arguments for the opponent's ideas. So that's all the positive thing from the team 16. But I a little bit disagree with the replying speech in the end of the team's 16 opportunity, but they criticized about the data because well, we know that the data is important and that's really support the arguments of the people. So in the next round, any teams go further in the next round should support the data, the current data for the arguments. And for the team 15, it's interesting. It's interesting ideas have been developed during the debates as well. But the one as the notes that you should take as a take home, like you don't really rebut the ideas from your opponents because you just mention about your ideas and go further with another ideas, but don't really rebut the opponent's ideas. So if you go to the next round, you need to learn about how to manage the structure and how to rebut your opponent's ideas. Yes, I think that's all from me. Thank you so much, and good luck for everyone.
Okay, that's the comment from Mr. Andi Imam Arundana. The next educators, I present Dr. Sri Manovita. The time is yours.
Yes, thank you for the time. So I just want to give a brief opinion about this section. So I think maybe because of all of us come from the health, we are the health practitioners. So maybe all of the matter, the item that you are argument, this is generally come from the health approach. So, but I think maybe for the next time, maybe you can add some point of view, because from this motion, this is about the contraception, especially for the underage girls. This is still pro and contra, but maybe from the cultural side, we also can have like an argument, because in some area in Indonesia, there is a tradition, like in South Sulawesi, also in Kodingareng, there's a girl in underage will be married at that age. So we have also have an argument from the others' point of view. But actually, all of you, it's a good job for all students. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all for the comment from the educators. And now, okay, please, all the debaters leave this room and go to the room 3 and let the and let the adjudicators discuss and make their decision. Thank you.
Thank you all from judge and participants. You.
Four minutes. Time is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, you can start.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Thank you for the opportunity given to us. So our motion today is doctors should be allowed the prescribed contraception underage girl. So we won't say that our keyword for this motion is should or shouldn't allow to prescribe contraception underage girl. And we think and we strongly believe that government team can be the winner because according to the keyword that this motion want to debate that should or shouldn't allow this prescribed contraception underage girl. And if we listen for the argument from the opposition team, they always debating and they always talk about free sex. They just focus in free sex and they don't talk about that why we should or shouldn't allow the prescribed contraception for underage girl. And we think, and it's not the point that wanted from this motion. And then the second is the first speaker from opposition team said that in Indonesia, many parents do not want their children to use contraception, but it means that the parents must also understand that use contraception is an effort to avoid sexuality transmitted disease and the many risks from doing sexuality intercourse. Therefore, we must reduce the risks by using contraception. And then the second speaker said that existing regulation regarding contraception have never been made to promote free sex, but to prevent unwanted pregnancies and STD. And then almost of all the argument from the first speaker until the third speaker of the opposition team, is not clear. We mean that in the statement, in their argument, they just give many statements, but they don't show for the clear explanation and more real case, and it's make the argument is weak. And then we think that and the opposition team can broke our argument and can broke our argument with strong attack. And then we think that the opposition team don't have or they don't give a point of interruption for our team. And then we think we can be the winner because first, our speaker has to supply the definition, the law of marriage over prescribed contraception for underage girl, and more real case that has relation with this motion. Our second speaker is also provide many survive from many parts, clear data about the range in number for person. And our third speaker is talk about people who get contraception is undoubtedly have free sex. We think that because the people think who get contraception will be willed and feel they are allowed to harm free sex. And then we found many point rebuttal that can has a illogical and not clearly in opposition argument. And then we think we can be the winner because all of our argument is focused in the point or the keyword of this motion that we should or shouldn't allow to prescribe contraception underage girl. And we agree with this motion and that doctors should be allowed to prescribe contraception underage girl. And we strongly believe that the government team can be the winner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For replay speaker of government team, spend 4 minutes 9 seconds. And then there was the end of this debate, or there was the end of this debate. Please give applause of all debaters in here. And now, please all the debaters leave this room and go to the room 3 again, and let adjudicators discuss and make up the decision. And after 10 minutes, we will invite you again, guys, to join this room again to hear the comment and the winner of this session. Once again, please all the debaters, please leave this room and go to the room 3 and let the adjudicators discuss and make up their decision. And after 10 minutes, we will invite you guys again to join this room to hear the comment and the winner of this session. Thank you very much.
Information PI can be submitted under 10 minutes. Sir, executive team PI, team PI. Thank you. 39% ya.
So guys, team 3, please move to the breakout room. So guys, team 3, please move to the main room. So you will be here the announcement for your debate today. I already sent the option for you to be allocated in main room.
Jelas kan Kak? Kak jelas Kak?
Tes, tes.
Tes.
Iya, masuk.
Tes.
Tes.
Yuk, DP
Tes.
speaker ini.
Tes.
Halo, Nur Aulia.
Masa sih?
Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes 1, 2, 3.
Tes, tes, tes. Tes. Halo.
Hai.
Kak Win. Hai Kak Lawin, Kak Cindy, coba kedengaran ke?
Hai Kak Vera.
The plural form is Asia. Baik. Tidak bisa. Oke. Itu dia. Yang baik-baik. Coba sekarang ucap sama-sama after me. Coba. Bagi sama. Baca kissing.
Okay, guys. After the break, we will continue the debate for the session 3. But before that, let me roll call for the all the teams that participate in session 3. Francis, if you're complete and here, please say complete. If you're not complete, say not complete. So first is team 5. Are you here and complete?
Yes, ours is complete.
Pada prinsipnya
Team 6, are you here and complete?
Complete.
Okay, thank you. Team 11, are you here and complete? Team 11, are you here and complete?
Yes, complete.
Okay, thank you. Team 12,
Breakout Zoom kita.
are you here and complete?
Yes, we're here and complete.
Okay, thank you. Team 17, are you here and complete?
Here, complete.
Okay, thank you. And the last team is Team 18. Are you here and complete? Team 18, are you here and complete? Team 18, are you here and complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay, so we will allocate you guys in your breakout room soon.
dan NS2 Gizi Komunitas Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Indonesia. She is now as a lecturer at Nutrition Department of Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Mamuju. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start the session for today, I will refer the team to choose which one is the government side or the government, which one is the government side or the opposition side. And the winner will have advantage to choose what side they want to have. So we will use the spin to decide what team is the winner and have advantage to choose what side they want to have. Okay, I will start the spin. Okay, the winner is team 6, and I will let the team 6 to decide what side they want to have. Are team 6 there is in this room?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. What side do you want to have, team 6?
Affirmative.
Affirmative. So, based on the decision, the team 6 choose the government side, and it means the team 7. I'm so sorry. The team 5 is in the opposition side. Okay. Next, we will offer 5 motion. I'm so sorry, 15 motion in this session. Okay, the winner team is team 6. I will give them to choose number from 1 to 15 to pick the motion.
I choose 6 motion.
What? Can you repeat again?
I choose 6 motion.
Okay, the team 6 choose the number 6. And the motion is the media should not publish news on suicide. Once again, I will read the motion. The motion for today is the media should not publish news on suicide. And for the next, maybe I'll give for each team to prepare.
We will
Recording in
offer 15
progress.
motion, and I will give chance to the team 11 to choose number from 1 to 15 to pick the motion.
We choose first motion.
Wait for
that.
it.
You hear me?
So for team 11,
Wait. Give me a. We choose six motion.
so the team 11 choose the motion 6. So the motion for today is the media should not publish news on suicide. I repeat again. So the motion for today is the media should not publish news on suicide. I will give you 10 minutes to prepare all of the case, and it will be start from now.
Recording in progress.
8, 10, and 13 to team 17. What will we?
We'll choose 7.
Okay, 7. So our motion today is access to. Sorry. Our motion today is access to medical resources should be prioritized to individuals with longer life expectancy. Before that, two representatives of each team, please send the name of the first speaker, second, third, and the reply speaker by order at the chat room. I repeat, two representatives of each team, please send the name of the first, second, third, and reply speaker by order at the chat room. Okay, so I will give you 10 minutes to prepare your case, starting by right now.
Recording in progress.
For each team, 5 minutes has left. Okay, for each team, 1 minute left. Okay, time is out. So, time is out to prepare your case for each team. So, guys, we will start the debate from now. Welcome to English debate competition. This Natalies FKM Unhas 39 preliminary round session 3. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Latifah Nur Fauzia, will be served as a chairperson and Buraini as a timekeeper in this room. And our motion today is the media should not publish news on suicide. And today, teams will be competing in this room are Team 6 as affirmative side and Team 5 as negative side. And during this debate, please silence your mobile phone or any device which will create disturbing sound, and do not communicate with others' audience. And the last, do not get out of this room during the speakers deliver his or her speech. And for duration of speech, the timekeeper will be remind a chat room. The timekeeper will reminding a chat room once at first minute. It means POI or interjection is allowed. And the timekeeper will reminding a chat room once at second minute. It means POI or interjection is not allowed. The timekeeper will reminding a chat room once at fifth minute. It means the speaker have 2 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. And the last, the timekeeper will reminding a chat room twice at 6 minutes 50 seconds and continuously after 7 minutes. It means speaker should finish his or her speech soon. Without further ado, I open this debate by all speaker. I open this debate by call the speaker of the order. I call the first speaker of affirmative side. Time is yours.
Okay, I will start now. Can it?
Maybe can you waiting for a moment because the stopwatch is not allowed. Wait for a moment. Okay, I will start the stopwatch from now.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your comments here. The honorable all jury who comes here, and then the honorable chairperson and timekeeper, and team 5 who comes here too. And this is my team, 6th team. I will introduce myself. My name is Riksatri Surya Pratama as first speaker. And then here too, my best squad. There are Aulia Rahma Mutiara Dewi as a second speaker and Itvi Widya Kusuma as the third speaker. And then today, on this afternoon, there is a motion from us. Here we will consult about the motion. This is about the media should not publish news on suicides. From KBBI, news is a story of information about hot event or event. News that contains current or current news. News is like a report on the event or in incidents. And then suicide is deliberately killing oneself. We also know that suicide is the social phenomenon. That is what is behind someone commits suicide because influences in the informant public. Suicide is an aim by someone who prefer death to life by killing herself with on purpose. We know too, so many types of news we are true or false. The news that is present should be able to recruit movement and change for everyone who sees and hear the information for the news. News that can often see from the television, even during this pandemic, we can access it from various social media, just like Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and everything all about. And then, however, there are still news that feature incidents of suicide that actually make it uncomfortable to see and hear. Why? It's so comfortable, unforgettable for us. The situation, the media also has and implements the guidelines for reporting on suicides in regulation of the Paris Board in number 2 / regulation DP / 3 / 2019 about the guidelines for reporting related to suicide act and attempt. So I think that the media can control every news who can enter this country. If we concern about suicidal behavior is still considered taboo to discuss. Plus victim or survivor of suicide are still vulnerable to negative stigma and society has pinned on them. This stigma can be formed or strengthened by reporting by the media as a source in information. The reporting of suicide act and attempts can also trigger copycat suicides for vulnerable groups if not done carefully. Suicide reporting as an important issue to rise, but it also needs to be seen from the equality of the news produced, the suitability and sensitivity to journalists, to the technique for the reporting on suicides. Every year, if you know, there is 103,000 people take their own life, and there are many more people who attempt suicide. Every suicide is a tragedy that affects families, communities, and entry countries, and long-lasting effect on the people left behind. Suicide occurs throughout the
Recording
treatment
in
that will be
progress.
getted by this BPJS is limited or maybe not that good enough, right? And what it show you that in the end of the day, as the health provider, you will focus more your medicine to someone that needed the most, which is the longer life expectancy. Because why? Because we have understand that the prognosis sector in the longer life expectancy will much be higher
That's why as a doctor, nurse, you will focus on that. And second argumentation, why it will be better for you to choose higher life expectancy rather than short life expectancy. Characteristic of the higher life expectancy. First, it means that it has more time to contribute after he or she get cured from its illness. For example, if you get scratched from or you get burned, for example, and then the medical treatment come to you, then after that you can go, you can still work, you can still help your parent, for example, you can still contribute for your country. But it will not be exist in the short life expectancy because, for example, you get cancer in the stadium 4, for example, or you maybe get like 2 or 3 days after you get treatment, then you will die anyway. Then this situation will not help or get you the access to help or to contribute for your country. Second, we are talking about happiness in here. Can you imagine if you get cancer, for example, or you get a small time to live after you get the treatment, after for chemotherapy, for example, and you already sacrifice much time, much effort for you to survive. In the end of the day, the happiness factor that make you want to live will not be exist in the short life expectancy. It will be more increased in the longer life expectancy or higher life expectancy, because in the end of the day, after they survive, they will get less side effect rather than the short life expectancy. Lastly, we are talking about the mental burden in here also. We are talking about the social judgment when people come to this short life expectancy, like why you are being so selfish, for example, and you will not give this like young, healthy, more powerful, and more have a chance to survive rather than you. Then you as the short life expectancy people, you will be get judged. You will get the pressure from your society, from your neighborhood, because you like sacrificing the one who should become the main reason for this city, for this government, for this country to become better in the future, right? And in the end of the day, this show you also that no matter what situation, no matter what opportunity that you will choose as the medical resources, after you focus on the short life expectancy, the short life expectancy itself will be suffer. That's why we as the government will not that going to be happen. We want to focus on the benefit, which is the higher life expectancy, and want to help also the short life expectancy. Can you imagine if you a short life expectancy person, for example, like you get the cancer, and then you can see someone who literally need a help, and you can see his or her own future is very bright rather than you because you already have a short term of life due to your illness, then you must be much happier for you to give your access to these people, right? You will be much happier for you to give your spot to these people, because in the end of the day, you can give other people hope, for example. That's why it will be much better for this short life expectancy people in the end of the day. Also, the second argument is about the harm to the medical resources or medical institution. You have to understand that in the short life expectancy people cases, in the mock rate will be much higher than the higher life expectancy. Then it will show you that, oh, why our institution or why our hospital or why our health system is really bad, because there are a lot of people dying, right? And we don't want that to be happen. We don't want our citizen to lose trust to government due to the fact that the one who dying is the short life expectancy, and that will be much become worsen due to the fact that we neglect the higher life expectancy due to our selfishness to focus on the short term only, which is the short life expectancy. That's why we as the government team believe that all the benefit can only be taken if you choose to support, to prioritize more to the higher life expectancy. Very proud to propose.
Okay, so the first speaker of government team spent 7 minutes and 13 seconds. To begin the case of the negative, I call upon the first speaker of the negative team, Anissa Hanifa. Time is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. in responding the arguments of the government's team, I would like to say that it's like you make small of the word of live of the word of living by the people with short life expectancy. In fact, everyone is worth living. It's to be to live to get many to get the medical resources. It's everyone's human's right. And some points that I would like to say is that when assessing comorbidities, the disparate impact of social determinants of health, including culture, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, and other factors, should be considered. And then multi-factor resource allocation strategies that equally weigh in hospital survival and several comorbidities contributing to short-term.
PI, please.
No, thanks. Mortality should be the primary allocation method in emergency crises that it requires rationing due to a lack of resources. And then to avoid biased resource allocation strategies, criteria such as life years saved and long-term predicted life expectancy, it shouldn't be used because they disadvantage older adults. And as we all know, the older adults who got too much disadvantages of this would is worth living too. So my point is that we should consider.
Please.
We should consider all the We should consider all the rights of living by all people. Thank you.
Okay, so the first speaker of the negative team spent 1 minute and 53 seconds. I call upon the second speaker of the affirmative team, Vimilia Anindya Tasha, for the speaker. Time is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, accepting the opposition team cannot give us many or much of their brief information about how we are need to choose the shorter life expectation in these cases. So here, ladies and gentlemen, they're saying that everyone is worthy living and everyone having a human right. So that's why in the government scenario, in the government proposal, we want these people who have a longer probability to life, a longer life expectancy to life longer, ladies and gentlemen, so they can pursue their dream, they can pursue their family's dream and many other things, because we know that many of these people which have a longer life expectancy have more goals, right, ladies and gentlemen. We understand that the people need to reach their dream or everything in here, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why when everyone worthy living, but in here we need to choose which one is better or which one is important. We need to choose the one who have a higher probability to life. Ladies and gentlemen, moving to my first argument. In here I have 3 points of argument. The first one is why why we are need to choose the higher life expectancy in here. This is I will elaborate my first speaker's speech. The second one, why we are not gonna bet on someone who have lower probabilities to survive. And the third one, why these things is probably will bring goodness to the developing country as Indonesia. First one, the higher life expectancy should be prioritized because it will helping the doctor to prolong the lifespan of the patient, right, ladies and gentlemen. If we are delaying and the treatment of the patient, they can fall into the worst prognosis or leading into more severe illness. In here, I mean, when we are having two patients which have actually same disease, and the one having the shorter life expectancy and the other one having a longer life expectancy, we need to prioritizing the longer life expectancy, because if we are trying to cure this patient, it means that we are trying to make them lead them into the severe illness. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, helping In here, helping patient with the longer life expectancy will be beneficial in the time span, energy, and money, and any other things in this case. We believe that this patient need less time to fully cure, so it will be better handled by handle this type of patient rather than someone who have a bad or severe underlying disease, right? Because when we are done to cure this patient, we can moving into the other patient. It's different with the patient who have a severe underlying disease, who have a lower life expectancy, because they are more complicated to be cured about. They are more complicated to be handled by the doctor. This is why we as a professional medicine, we need to consider this thing as a goodness, ladies and gentlemen. For example, when we are having the same patient which have the same disease, and the one having a bad severe underlying disease, and another one doesn't have underlying disease, when we are cure the one who have underlying disease, it will be more beneficial for us, because it will be easier, and we save much time and much energy, and we can move into the older patient. So that's why we we can save another life. The second one, we cannot bet at someone which have a lower ability to survive. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that encourage the family of the patient will be easier on the high life expectancy patient. Why? For example, when we are knows that this type of patient is usually having much brighter future. For example, this patient is usually having a younger age, even if they are not young anymore, they have no underlying disease, or they have no another disease, which means they still have life to be probably to be living about. In here, I want to tell you that this person actually they still have important roles in their society. For example, they being the family's breadwinner, they having the undone education, they having important goals or plans in the future. Therefore, when we are trying to cure this patient, the family will be supporting us. Comparing into the lower life expectancy patients, when even though the prognosis is bad, and when we are told the family that the prognosis is bad, and this couldn't be have a good prognosis in the end of the day, they will be understand, because of at the very first place this patient had the low life expectancies, like right, ladies and gentlemen. It's more likely will be much different with the higher life expectancies, because the family will not like able to understand on how their children or their family couldn't make it through this medication. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that we need to prioritize this high life expectancies patient rather than the low one. Yes, we understand that helping the low life expectancies is more important since they have severe disease, or they have probability to life is really small. But ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, that we believe that we put much effort on them, we will most endanger to life instead of one. And the last, ladies and gentlemen, in the developing country like in Indonesia, the access of this medical support is not much, ladies and gentlemen. There's a limited tools in Indonesia, and therefore we need to sacrifice for some people. We understand that this not sophisticated tools mean that we cannot handle much patient, most likely. Therefore, as a doctor, we need to choose and sacrifice this thing. We need to understand which one to be rescued, right, ladies and gentlemen. The high life expectancies could give better support for the society. We believe that their value for the country, for the society, will be better to bring about rather than the low expectancies patients. That's why in here we beg to propose the proposal. Thank you.
Okay. The second speaker of the affirmative team spent 7 minutes and 19 seconds. I call upon the second speaker of the negative team, Nabila Aini Shifa. Time is yours.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, after I heard the statement from the government team, so I heard that she said the doctor have to patient to higher long expectancy. Why we don't use it to the short-term expectancy at first? And the last statement from her is, I heard that she said short-term expectancy is more important. So in the other side, you say that agree with us as the opposite team. So why the higher long expectancy must be access to medical research first, then the short-term life expectancy. If we know that everyone have right to be healthy, why we only the long life expectancy fact? And also, in the other side, we have to know that term and condition. If there are two people have a bad condition, but you just do first for the long life expectancy, and the other side have people who have a short-term expectancy will not the first who will.
POI, please.
Sorry for Nabila Aini Shifa. I can't hear you.
Okay. Okay. And also, I think we have someone, everyone have the same equal, not only for this long-term long life expectancy, then short-term expectancy. Thank you.
Okay, so the second speaker of the negative team spent 1 minute and 40 seconds. I call upon the third speaker of the affirmative team, Ignatius Edwin Sunandar, for the speaker. Time is yours.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My pronoun is he, and if you want to POI me, please do it through the chat. I want to sort through my notes first. Wait for 5 seconds. I will start in 5 seconds. Okay, panels, I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this debate where we debate about who should be saved, where we, the government team, agrees that we should try to give more resources towards the higher life expectancy patients rather than to the lower life expectancy patients. Now, the opposition team seems to not understand that we have already explained that we are not cutting off resources towards the lower life expectancy patients. We are just giving more priority towards higher life expectancy patients. That is not, we are not trying to give exclusive access to resources towards the higher life expectancy patients. We just want to prioritize the higher life expectancy patients. We see that the opposition team doesn't seem to even understand what the topic is about, and they don't even understand what we are even talking about. Let's see where they went wrong. I will give rebuttal towards all of their arguments. Okay, their first argument, their main argument, the biggest one. The opposition seems to always say everyone has to live, everyone has to get equal medical resources, everyone has the right to be healthy. Okay, we do agree with this. Everybody has the right to be healthy, everybody has the right to live, everybody has the right to marry, everybody has the right to work. But we have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, that resources are limited. You have to remember that we don't live in heaven, we are living in earth. Resources are limited. We have to choose who gets saved and who gets more, who gets saved and who is not saved. And what we are trying to ask to the opposition team is that if under this world where resources are limited, can the opposition team explain to us how under the opposition side can they give everybody equal medical resources with the same chances of survival that we are giving. Because ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the government team that my first speaker and second speaker has already vouched about has a higher life expectancy towards their patients rather than the opposition. The opposition never seems to, the opposition team never brings a solution towards this problem. They're always saying that everyone has to live, everybody has to get equal medical resources without actually thinking about what to do with limited resources. They seem to think that resources are unlimited and we can do whatever they want and everybody can get everything. That is impossible and is completely unrealistic, ladies and gentlemen. The panels, you have to see that the opposition team is completely unrealistic in terms of resources. And second of all, they tried to bring the debate towards the emergency situations where they said that in emergency, mortality should be prioritized. My first speaker has already explained first that we are not talking about emergency situations because it is clearly not about longer life expectancy anymore in emergency situation. Let's take an example about this. Let's say that someone has a 200 years old life expectancy. If we're trying to play this unrealistically, and we have someone with 30-year-old life expectancy, which is clearly low. Now, no matter if these guys have a 200 years life expectancy, no matter if these guys live for 1,000 years, if you're going to shoot them, if they get into an emergency situation, like for example, they get into an accident or maybe they get shot by some terrorists, it's not about life expectancy anymore, because if these guys are shot or went into a critical situation, then they are in critical condition and life expectancy wouldn't matter anymore. So what I'm trying to say here is that if the opposition team wants to bring this debate towards the realm of emergency situations, that they are clearly trying to be unfair, and we can say that they clearly don't understand this debate because they don't even understand what the motion is about. I will remind you once again that this motion is about who to save patients with higher life expectancy or patients with lower life expectancy in a normal clinical situation, not in emergency situation where life expectancy clearly doesn't count anymore. You have to remember that. Now, the third rebuttal that I'm going to bring is that the opposition tries to challenge us. They gave us a question. Their second speaker gave us one question, that is, why shouldn't we give the resources to the lower life expectancy patients? Why shouldn't we try to increase the chances of lower life expectancy people if the higher life expectancy patients have already more higher chance? We will answer that because we came prepared to this debate. Now, let's take this into an analogy, ladies and gentlemen. There is a patient with a higher chances of surviving and a patient with a lower chances of surviving. Ladies and gentlemen, we will remind everybody in this debate that these numbers are not pegged and these numbers are not static. The numbers, the prognosis of a patient, or the life expectancy of a patient is always changing depending on the condition. In a clinical situation, we don't know if a patient can go from an acute situation to a chronic situation. We'll never know, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing that we doctors can do is to make sure that the patient with the highest chances of living can stay alive. And we also hope that these over life expectancy people can also try to survive, even though it's clear it's pretty hard. Now, what we're talking about here is that if we keep following what the opposition seems to suggest, that is give everybody an equal treatment, what will happen, even in their best case, is that the patient with the lower life expectancy, because they have a lower life expectancy and because you can only give them equal treatment, they're going to die. There's no guarantee that these people are going to go better or go bad. So, and what about the patient with higher life expectancy? Under the opposition side, this will also go to chance. We don't know if the patient with higher life expectancy will get worse or will get better, because they only get an equal treatment without guarantee that they're going to stay alive. At least in the government side, one person is guaranteed to be alive under our worst case, and in our best case, everybody is going to survive. While in the opposition side of the debate, in their best case, one person is going to die, and in their worst case, everybody is going to die because they fail to guarantee the safety of the higher life expectancy patient. This is our rebuttal towards their arguments, and also I have already put further explanation of my first speaker and second speaker's arguments. I have already integrated them towards my rebuttal. So we believe that we should rather prioritize higher life expectancy patients rather than lower life expectancy patients. Very much.
Okay, so the third speaker of the affirmative team spent 7 minutes and 28 seconds. I call upon the third speaker from the negative team, Nisa Melani, for the speaker time is yours. Sorry, I repeat. I call upon the third speaker of the negative team, Anissa Melani. Time is yours. Sorry, I can't hear.
Test.
Okay. Sorry, we can't hear.
Test.
Okay, we can.
Is it clear? Sorry.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Third speaker that we disagree about access to medical research should be.
Sorry for Anissa Melani.
Yes.
I think yes. We can hear you clearly.
Hello. Sorry. Is it clear?
I think there's some trouble from your device.
From my device?
Yeah, it's like this. Your sound audible.
Hello. What about now?
Okay.
Is it clear? I'm sorry. Hello.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Can I start it? Can I continue?
Okay. Sure.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Now, we confirm that we from the 18 that we disagree about the motion access to medical resources should be prioritized to individuals with longer life expectancy. That, ladies and gentlemen, we must know that every citizen has the right to health service. Yes, we must remember
Sorry. It's still not clear. We can't hear you so clearly.
Sorry, maybe this may so maybe
We can give 1 minute to you can change your devices or change your device so we can hear you clearly.
okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm Anissa. What about now? Is it clear?
Okay, we can hear you clearly right now. Please continue.
O- Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry for the some trouble. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Thank you for the opportunity. I asked the third speaker that we confirm that we disagree with this motion. Access to medical resources should be prioritized to individuals with longer life expectancy. That, ladies and gentlemen, we must know that every citizen has the right to health service. We must remember the law at number 28 H, paragraph 1, that our law constitution states that everyone has the right to live in physical and spiritual prosperity, to have a place to live, and to have a good and health environment, and have the right to health service. And that the government group say that that they will to priority the longer expectancy. No, but how do you determine priorities to
POI,
have a
please.
long and low life expectancy? Yes.
Okay,
Can
you
you
say that law constitution is like we want place to life. It's look like the government team will kill those people who have lower life expectancy, but in here we are not. We just prioritizing the higher one. So
Okay, okay.
can you tell me
I
why you
I
choose?
can got what you mean. Can you guarantee that it will be more useful in the future? Again, we can be picky about that because everyone has the same opportunity. Remember that, sorry. And ladies and gentlemen, again, we can see the law constitution of number 36 of 2009, chapter 3, rights and obligations of article 5, paragraph 1, that it states everyone has the same right in obtaining access to resource in the health sector. So we can be pretty anyone, because I mean that all of people have the same chance to get the health. So whether people who belong to the low category do not have the right to be prioritized, even though we can give them the opportunity, or there is no priority term, then everyone has the same opportunity for their future. Everyone has the opportunity to change, and even those who have had superior points but are only concerned by empowered health, maybe we strongly disagree that it is no
Please.
priority, no thanks, to access to medical resource should be priorities. So because we cannot hypothesize everyone is not healthy 100%, right? So ladies and gentlemen, people who have the disease also have the opportunity to improve their health. So there is
POI,
no
please.
priorities about that. No thanks. So this that we can say, so the solution we can provide is that there is no priority term and at least the opportunity to get health service. So again, we can say that opposite team said that we disagree about any priorities about the get to medical or any or the same about that medical social priorities or not. So we can back about that we disagree. There is no priorities about the health because all of people have the same rights. Remember, we are in Indonesia. We have a constitution that we call Undang-Undang Dasar. We can see at the number 28 and the law number 36 of 209. So there is no priorities that we have the same rights, that we have same way to get the medical research. I think that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, the third speaker of the negative team spent 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Okay, so now I call upon the reply speaker of the negative team. For the reply speaker of the negative team, time is yours. I repeat, I call upon the reply speaker of the negative team. For the reply speaker of the negative team, time is yours.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Well, I'll start. As human beings, our health and the health of those we care about matters. And of course, the nation needs to guarantee the health of all its citizens, despite of all things such that limited resources or many other things, because it should have been known that the infringement upon human rights, in this case we talk about the health rights, is a crime. Everyone deserves to get treated as well as they need. And in this case, severity of illness should be considered as the criteria of getting the treatment. In addition, it has to be noted that that the severity approach and the generalized innings approach, which includes considerations of quality of life, are two ways of incorporating to particular moral concern. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so the reply speaker of the negative team spent 1 minute and 1 second. So I call upon the reply speaker of the affirmative team, Ofimilia Anindya Tasha. For the speaker, time is yours.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will start my speech at 3. Sorry, timekeeper. For the reply speaker, how much time we could spend?
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen and panels, we understand what they want in this scenario. But here's panels. They stated the law, constitution, and ethical on the third speaker, which is, I believe, it's too late to be understand and it's too late to be neglected by our team. Yet, here, I still convince you that this scenario, that their argument isn't relevant at all in our scenario. Because of what, ladies and gentlemen, in here we're not trying to kill anyone. In here we're not trying to make anyone become more ill or something like that. We're just trying to prioritizing someone who have a better life, who have a better prognosis, who have a better life expectancies to live their life. Here, panels, they are trying to be so much ideal, but they're not unrealistic. Not like our team that we are already talking that in our country, Indonesia, which is the developing countries, there are limited access of the health tools, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, we need to prioritizing something more important, right? So they are talking about nothing, yet they cannot prove that their proposal could be applied and supporting the goodness of this of the patient, family, and the society, and even the country. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, everyone have the same rights to get health access or everything else, but we need to remember that this right is usually could be limited by the resource that's exists in the society, right? In here, again, we told you that the resource in Indonesia, in developing country, is limited. Therefore, we need to prioritizing someone. Same case as the COVID-19, we need to prioritizing COVID-19 patient rather than another patient because of the limited access, right? Therefore, our proposal still winning this debate. Second one, ladies and gentlemen, they cannot explain us on why they need choose the low life expectancy rather than the high life expectancy. They never explain that, and they never give any mechanism on how this person could get a better life rather than the high life expectancy. They're not giving us the reason on what's the correlation between the human rights and the world living with their scenario. They're only talking about that, therefore they're not giving any us clearly explanation on why this is so matter in this scenario, in this motion. Therefore, we cannot count their argument as the valid one. And ladies and gentlemen, they cannot answer and describe on how and on why the low life expectancy is more important rather than the high life expectancy. They never told us on why on how this lower life expectancies people will bring more goods rather than harm, or the high expectancies people will bring more harm than good on the medical on the medical sector or any other things. Comparing into our argument, we already described at the very first place that we're not gonna abandon them, this patient. We're just trying to prioritizing which one who have a better life expectancies, who has a better probability to live. This, ladies and gentlemen, what's actually they're missing about at the very first place. They always acting like we are the evil and we are trying to kill these people with not prioritizing the low life expectancy. In the real in the fact, we just trying to prioritizing and having having a better or having a better have better chance to life and having sufficient time to handle another patient and to save another life. We give you clear reason on why we need to help high life expectancies, such as we told you that they have a better future, they have the economics matter, they are maybe have a goals or having somehow the potential on their family. Therefore, we need to help them at first rather than the low life expectancies, which is their family already knows that even the prognosis will be bad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why our proposal going to be happen. We considering our place as the developing country which have a limited health resource that not compared by their scenario, and we give you the better mechanism to follow, and more likely our scenario will be more good than harm, right, ladies and gentlemen? Therefore, our proposal still exists, our proposal still stand, and our goals still stand. So in here we believe that our team winning this debate.
Okay, so the reply speaker of the affirmative team spent 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Okay, so that was the end of this debate. Please give some applause for all debaters in this room. Okay, so now I present the time for the adjudicators to give their comments. For Mrs. Narti Prihartini, I would like to give the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the chairperson for the opportunity for me and another adjudicator to give some response about this debate. Okay, this debate is running very good, and I could see some of the point from this motion, especially when we talk about how longer life need to be prioritized. So both of them giving the arguments, but unfortunately there is some missing point that couldn't be up by some themes. So when we talk about the longer life, we need to think about the special condition that need to be prioritized. So what is the longer life meaning first? Is it from a part of the team still not give the detailed definitions about the longer life? But actually, all of you are giving the best arguments from both sides, and I really appreciate how you bring the motion and give the rebuttals. But one thing to be our intention is time management for each team. Yeah, don't be too short in explaining, don't be too long to explaining. So we need to maintain our time to give the explanations about this motion very in a very good way. So I think both of this team do their best, and we hope that we could give a great score according to the performance. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you for the chairperson. Another adjudicators, maybe give another comments.
Okay, thank you for the commenter from Ms. Narsi Prihatini. And now next comment from Mr. Andi Imam Arundana. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for both team for sharing us fascinating debate. I mean, I'm really interested so much for the topic, as many aspects actually could be raised, because we talk about the medical resources, so many aspects actually can be discussed. And if both teams could develop the ideas involving other aspects, which is, I think personally, are also essential to discuss. For example, discussing what the current situation of facilities in low versus high income countries and emphasizing the benefits of both sides, and maybe success story from other countries. That would probably be a heavier debating for today. But also very good for Team 17 for providing their ideas and rebuttal arguments very obvious to describe their stance points. And for Team 18, I like the way they were asking questions for Team 17 that have been their concern. However, you guys should actually explain why it becomes your concern, not only asking the question, but you also have to explain why it becomes your concern. That's why many times Team 17 asking, oh, why you providing them multiple questions. And me too, for both teams have to be aware of the time. One time took longer and another has shorter time. And this should be your concern in the next occasion, all right? And yeah, congratulations for both teams and best of luck with the results. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the comment from the adjudicators. And now, please, all the debaters, leave this room and go back to the room 3 and let the adjudicators discussing their decision to thank you.
Hera.
Recording in progress.
And I have to say that it's very difficult to judge from these two groups. But let me tell you something. I will try to consult with Dr. Lasmi in Gorontalo, and Dr. Lasmi choose Marvel as the best speaker during this debate. So two best speaker from Pajajaran University, and you may say that Dr. Lasmi also from Gorontalo University choose Pajajaran University as the winner of this contest in this session. So 2-0 from Pajajaran. So I, as a chief of educators, try to convince you all that we are going to be very fair during this debate. So I finally choose Julius Bryan also as the best speaker. So Marvel will not be the best speaker for this session. So we will just choose one, that is Julius Bryan. So sorry for a friend from Polytechnic Sambas that the judges, the adjudicators has reached a decisions that anonymous decisions that 3-0, that all of the adjudicators convinced that the opposition team from Pajajaran University win this debate in these sessions. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, and again, we congratulate to the team 12 as the winner. So it's mean the team 12 will be go to the semi-finals tomorrow. And uh, in this debate, we so appreciate to all the participants that joins for competition. And the last word, we thankful, big thanks for you guys. You have do the best, and thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So all the participants, you can go back to the main room. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry we forgot.
Choosing the higher level of evidence in public health, in research. And then please also mention the current research. So when you mention about study related to COVID-19, please also mention maybe 2020 or 2021. So we know that the research you provided is very current compared to maybe the other team. Okay, please follow that. Provide the higher level of evidence and provide the current research that will improve your evidence, that will improve your argument, inshallah. Okay, so the winner is for this session, the affirmative team. Let's give applause for both of them, for both of the team. Thank you. Back to you, Chairperson.
Okay, congratulations for the team 6 as a affirmative side, affirmative team. To the winner of this round. Congratulations. And for the next, so for all the team in this room, in this main room, just have to stay in this main room because there will be an announcement quarter final round in this room. So Yeah, so just stay in here. And for the adjudicators in this room, thank you very much. We sangat-sangat berterima kasih atas waktu yang telah diluangkan untuk menjuri our competition for today. Thank you very much for all the adjudicators in this room.
Our pleasure. Miss Latifa, are we allowed to leave the room right now? Or we need to wait for another discussion?
I think there is no more the discussion again for today. That was the last debate for today. Yeah, the last session. Thank you very much for.
Ibu Balkis.
Ya gimana Bu Lina?
Nih, kami live berarti ya.
Oh iya ya. Ini udah De Latifah ini sudah penentuan
Recording in
udah
progress.
selesai di main room. Sudah. Oh iya. Sebentar Bu Lina, kita ada pengumuman atau memang gimana?
Tidak. Ya, I'm staying.
Oke, thank you. Thank you. Kita Bapak Ibu semua, jadi kita akan break dulu untuk panitia, untuk kita merekap semua nilai dari masing-masing room. Setelah itu kita akan umumkan yang maju ke per-8 final dan mungkin hal-hal teknis terkait kelanjutan perlombaan untuk besok. Jadi kami mohon waktu 10 menit kira-kira untuk merekap semuanya. Setelah itu kita kembali untuk mendengarkan yang maju ke babak per-8 final. Ya, terima kasih Bapak Ibu semua.